Let us now begin the second day, the 10th international, the 10th anniversary international symposium of the World International Heritage Inscription of Fujisan. Allow me to introduce myself, and I'm serving as the moderator. My name is Misa Kajiyama. Thank you indeed for this opportunity.
Now then, we would like to start the second day of the 10th Anniversary International Symposium of the World Heritage Inscription of Fujisan, Sacred Place and Source of Artistic Inspiration. Now I'd like to call upon Adjunct Professor Takuya Inoue of the Mount Fuji World Heritage Center Shizuoka, or WHC, to talk about the first lecture of the day. So, Professor Inoue, please. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so very much for joining us today again for the second day of the symposium. I'd like to very briefly explain the changes in the program. Now, from New Zealand, we were due to have Mr. Tame Warikau, Maori tribal leader of the Tongariro National Park, and Ms. Connie Norgate, director of the New Zealand Department of Conservation, to speak with us about the New Zealand sacred mountains. However, unfortunately, just the other day at the Tongariro National Park, a very complex and difficult issue arose, and because of this, both of these individuals were not able to come to Japan. So we would like to use this time to have a presentation on the Tongariro National Park and the relationship between the Maori people and the mountains in a different format. But we wanted to convey that information and have a discussion for your sake. So, first of all, let me briefly explain why these two individuals were not able to come. And I'd like to ask Mr. Tame Malcolm, Deputy Director General of the Treaty Relationships Department of Conservation of New Zealand, to explain this in a video. So it was their wish to first air this video to explain the absence of the two individuals. So let us show the video first, please.
Kei ngā maunga whakahi o tēnā e whakarongo maina. Ka mihi ēnei maunga ki o koutou maunga, ka mihi hoki ēnei mana ki o koutou mana. Nei rā a te papatapai, te whakaiti atu ki a koutou katoa. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge Ambassador Astuko Toyama, Taki Masaharu, and Takuya Inoue, and all the organisers of the Sacred Mountains of the World Symposium for bringing together this special event, and for honouring New Zealand with an invitation to participate and share our experience with the management of the Tongariro National Park Dual World Heritage Area. We appreciate and recognise Dr. Toyama's vision in creating this unique opportunity for experts from around the world involved in the management of World Heritage mountain sites to exchange information about the history, special features and management of these sites, and to share the best practice to support the ongoing protection of these sites. We don't underestimate the enormity effort required to organise such an event, and are deeply sorry we cannot attend. This event and the topic have relevance and consistency with our management of Tongariro National Park, and there would have been much to share, discuss and learn from each other. To Maori, the indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we are blessed with some unique and idyllic landscapes. These landscapes are made even more profound with the understanding of the connections the tribes of these lands have with their landscapes. For hundreds of years, the tribes across Aotearoa, New Zealand have maintained a spiritual connection with their sacred mountains. This spiritual connection is reflected in their acknowledgement of the mountains being part of their lineage in what we call whakapapa. For many tribes across Aotearoa, New Zealand, their whakapapa, their connection to their mountains, is what drives their collective decisions for the betterment of the environment, the economy and the people. The same can be said for Ngāti Tūwharetua, who have held authority over Tongariro Mountain for centuries. The mountains of Tongariro National Park are sacred to all of the tribes who have lived under their shadows for centuries. One of the paramount chiefs of Ngāti Tūwharetua gifted the summits of Mount Tongariro, Mount Ngaruhoi, and part of Mount Ruapehu to the Crown, thus initiating a process which led to the creation of New Zealand's first national park in 1894. It was unique in the symbolic gifting from Indigenous peoples created a new dimension to the national park ideal at the time. The gift of the sacred volcano summits created a new three-way bond between land, Māori, and Europeans. Tongariro Park was first inscribed in the World Heritage List in 1990 for its outstanding natural values. In 1993, Sir Tumu Te Heuheu, the 8th elected paramount chief of Ngāti Tūwharetua, successfully advocated for the park to be the first site in the world to receive recognition by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization for intangible cultural values. Previously, a cultural site required a physical manifestation of the cultural value. This was enabled through work and negotiation by New Zealand and others from 1992 to 1993 that led to the decision that there was justifiable reasons for including sites with intangible cultural association with events, ideas, or beliefs of outstanding universal significance. Tongariro thus became the first dual listing site, inscribed for both its cultural and natural values. Tongariro National Park plays an important cultural role, both in the traditions of the Maori and more recently to Europeans. It is of outstanding cultural importance as a spiritual home to the Maori people, and the gifting of this sacred land is one of great significance to the country as a whole. The sacred nature of this gift and the vision and philosophy is reflected in the legislation that protects New Zealand's national parks today. The Department of Conservation's management decisions concerning the park and the mountains within it needs to recognise the sacredness of the landscape to the Maori people. It is for this reason that we work closely with the tribes of Ngāti Tūwharetua on all aspects of the park, positive or negative. When a particular issue arises that requires our support and attention, we must give it. A situation has arisen around the future of the ski areas on Mount Ruapehu, one of the 3 mountain peaks in the park. This situation requires the attention of all of Ngāti Tūwharetua and of all the tribes of Tongariro National Park. This is a challenging time and will dominate their thoughts and lives for the near future. It is for this reason that with a heavy heart, we are not able to join you in Japan to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Fujisan World Heritage Area and take part in this very special and important Sacred Mountain Symposium. The Department of Conservation send our best wishes as we work with the tribes of Tongariro National Park through the current issues facing us all. We thank you for your understanding and support and wish to make it clear that we are committed to supporting the strong bond between the Maori people of Tongariro National Park and the people of Mount Fuji, Japan. Nō reira, kei aku nui, kei aku rahi tēnei, te whakaiti atu anō kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou.
That was in the video trying to explain the situations on their side. And now, well, of course, we wanted to have them actually visiting us this time, but they couldn't make it. But again, they are quite unhappy to make it again to show the video featuring the beautiful landscapes of Tongariro National Park. Would you please look at this video, please? Thank you indeed for your kind attention. Now, again, we're quite happy given this time. Again, of course, this is International Symposium, and actually, I would like to spend some time to share the slides actually given to us when I visited New Zealand in May. Actually, I was able to learn the Tongariro National Park. Actually, I have received some information from the two sections involved, but unfortunately they could not make it this time to visit us. Upon receiving that information, actually they asked me in a way, actually to share the things I have learned locally there. Again, on what is Tongariro National Park is all about. So later on, I'm going to introduce this to you. Actually, from New Zealand and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and actually Trade, Charlie Rahiri actually is going to be with us online. And Charlie Rahiri is going to actually explain some of the important aspects, actually the connectivity between the Maori people and also the mountains. So the Charlie is actually been standing by. So actually, so I will spend time here. Actually, I went to there to conduct a series of surveys. So based upon that, and I'd like to make a certain presentation. Then after that, I'd like to have Charlie Rahiri looking into the connectivity between the mountains and also the Maori people. Okay, with that said, actually, the time here is going to be about 30 minutes. Again, actually in Holy Mountains and actually in New Zealand and Tongariro National Park, actually me, Inoue, is going to be quite happy to make the following presentation using several slides. Well, you have seen a video, very beautiful, the mountains, Tongariro National Park. Let me confirm the location of this park. This is a map. Actually, we have the North Island and the South Island, and actually right in the center of the Northern Island, there is a lake called the Taupo. And in the south direction, actually, this national park is located. The biggest city in New Zealand is in Auckland, actually 250 kilometers away from the Auckland. It takes about 5 hours by bus. The capital of New Zealand is Wellington, about 300 kilometers away. So it is going to take about 6 hours on bus. Auckland, Wellington, there is the railway systems connecting them. So access is possible from from that railway station. Actually, you can access the national park. Actually, longitude and actually east longitude 75 degrees, and also the south latitude 39 degrees. It is going to be quite unequal in terms of location to the Yamagata city in Japan, northern part of Japan, to help your understanding. And within this national the park and the mountain, the Tongariro and the Mount Nauru, and also the Mount Ruapehu. Those active volcanoes are there. Actually, from the west side, actually 3 mountains actually are taken. From the west side, actually Tongariro in the north step, and also Mr. Nauru are quite similar to Mount Fuji, and also here we have Mount Ruapehu. So, these are the series of mountains you can get to see in this region. And this is the national park, Tongariro, and it was back in 1919. It was inscribed as the first the natural heritage. As for the criteria, 678 inscription on the standard 678. That said, if I'm now like to go through some of the features, again on the glacial landforms and the volcanic landforms, definitely they are having a very strong features as a part of this natural the heritage. And indigenous and Maori, of course, to them, and this is holy the land for them. Because of that, actually, there is the strong cultural relationship with the Maori. Actually, back in 1993, actually, the same site was inscribed as the natural the heritage. Actually, Russell-san actually explained this some of the depths yesterday. And if I may, I'd like to go through some of the details on Tonga Island and RAPF on the volcanoes, and quite active in terms of the volcanic activities. In other words, it is going to be quite, we call, ideal nature laboratory. The Mount RAPF actually crater lake there actually was formed by the frequent eruptions, as you see here. So the glacier, the lake, is one of the features. And as shown in the earlier map, again, if there is the lake called Taupo, actually, it actually came into being in 186 AD, and the history variations over the past 1,800 years, and actually it is still active. And here now I'd like to actually look at the wider the areas. Actually, the location of this New Zealand North Island, this is Japan. Here we have actually very big the Pacific plate, and this plate, this is actually under the Eurasian plate and also on the Philippine plate as far as Japan goes. But as for the New Zealand, as you see, an Australian plate. So it is Pacific plate is just below the Australian plate in terms of location. So just like Japan, and quite an active actually volcanic activities actually are going on. The so-called type of volcanic the series, and this is extended picture, expanded pictures. Kobayashi, one of the researchers of the center, actually visited the location 25 years ago. So these pictures were taken back then, 25 years ago. The big lake is there. And here now we are looking into the Taupo, the catastrophic caldera eruption. Actually, there's an ocean and the Tongariro, RAPF, two active volcanoes. And actually, at the global scale, actually, it was one of the really strongest the eruptions, as you see here. Then after that, the Lake Taupo was created, in a nutshell. Okay, the history of those volcanoes. Well, in Japan, this is Kyushu Kagoshima. From Kagoshima, we have, as shown in here, we have Kirishima volcanoes. Actually, in some structures, actually there is a great similarity between the Kirishima volcanoes and this New Zealand, the volcanoes. Here now, I'll go one by one, each mountain. First, RAPF. The RAPF in the deepest end, and in the front side, you can get to see Tongariro and also Nauru Hoe. RAPF in Maori language, actually, the mountain creating sounds, and also quite an active volcano and creating lots of sound. Also, Tongariro in the front side. From the from the south side. Actually, the cold wind is blowing from the south. That's the meaning behind this local name. If I'm now like to look into the Tongariro volcano, as you see, it consists of several the mountains created by the volcanic activities. Actually, minimum, actually at least 12 vents. So actually, this is actually the complex of volcanic cones formed by the eruptions. So actually going through the explosions and the collapse and the erosions, of course, this now has become one of the most popular hiking places. And Naruhoe, this is quite similar to the Mount of Fuji. Actually, this is the largest and the youngest and most active. Actually, the last the eruption took place back in 1977. The top point of the Tongariro is the Naruhoe, and actually the we have actually those holes and lots of steams and actually being generated. Actually, this is just one of the landscapes you can truly enjoy. There are many other interesting landscapes you can actually enjoy yourself if you go there. And some of the places actually fill up with the water and creating the blue lake and emerald lake. Well, quite active in terms of the volcanic activities. Actually, according to the history, actually, vertically and horizontally, and actually, if it goes up, actually, size of the eruption is quite big. Actually, the latest one took place in 1977. So those eruptions actually were repeated, and that had impact on the landscapes. Okay, now this shows the hazard map of the Tongariro volcanoes. Well, they are quite inactive, and just like around volcanoes. So hazard map has been prepared like this. So it is going to be dangerous if you go there. Now, when the eruption starts to take place, and what are things you have to keep in mind in terms of the behavior? Again, changing the mountain now. The Rope volcano. The highest, it is located in the southern edge. Actually, the highest on the mountain in the northern island. And quite inactive in terms of the volcanic activities, and actually 10,000 years. Actually, it's been inactive for the past 10,000 years. And actually, there is a lake, and actually at the summit, as you see here. And actually, in here, please look at this table, 1886 through the 2000. Actually, quite an active eruptions and actually taking place. So the pictures of those eruptions, actually, there are many pictures like this are preserved. And that's it. Again, snows and also actually the lake there. Once eruption is taking place, of course, the magma is going to actually be broken off, and actually lots of the pieces are going to be debris are going to be actually coming out of this the eruptions, and also the lots of mud is going to be actually start flowing down. And some of the later pictures, actually, the railroad systems and also the buses actually were affected and resulting in the death. So, showing the latest accidents. And this is Rope for the volcano. They have prepared a hazard map, actually, along the river systems. Again, those the eruptions may result in those the volcanic flows, and if you climb up and higher, it is going to create more dangerous situations. So that's the kind of situations. And as for this mountain, well, here I like go through the characteristics as called cultural the heritage. Again, Tongariro actually has also the cultural aspects and mixed heritage. So I like move into that section. And first, Mount Tongariro, the Maoris living in this the neighborhood. For them, actually, this mountain is going to be quite important in terms of the culture, in terms of the spirituality. And looking at the history of the Maori people, actually, it was about 800 years ago. Actually, they came from Tahiti, actually came to New Zealand, using a canoe. And the people traveling by canoe, actually, they actually spread out in the New Zealand. And Taupoko Lake, including Tongariro, actually the common ancestor, Nagato Irangi. And the common ancestor actually consisting of 26 tribes, just for information. And 26 tribes actually is referred to again as Ngāti Tualefa, Ngāti Tofaletua. And we wanted to have the Te Wahine Niko actually is one of the important leaders of this Ngāti Tofaletua, but unfortunately he couldn't make it at this time.
So those who live in the area of Tongariro is called Ngati Tuaretoa. And for them, the earth, including mountains, as was explained by Dr. Suzuki, was quite important because they gave us water and also it was a source of life that would give them power and energy. And this is a very important facility for them where important rituals are performed when someone dies or someone gets married or when some important decision need to be made, they would get together at the facility called marae. In this marae, there is a major pillar which is connecting the building to the earth and to the mountains. This building represents their ancestors, and there is a connection with the mountain. So the Mt.Tongariro represents their ancestors to Maori people. With regard to the connections with mountains and Maori people, this has been communicated orally, in addition to art and artworks. So by those means, the connection between Mount Tongariro and Ngati Tuaretoa has been passed down through songs, legends, and works of art to this day. So the god Ruamoko was born out of Ranginui and Papatuaneku. And those gods included Bihanga and 4 male volcanoes. And there was a battle of mountains. And the Tongariro won the battle and got married to Bihanga. So 4 volcanoes battled over Bihanga, and there is a video to explain about the battle. And actually this was prepared initially by Mr. Wanikal, but he's not here, so I would like to, on his behalf, show you the video.
Kāre e kore, ko whakaro pēnei koe. He maunga tū noa ngā maunga. E he. I ngā wā I korowai tonutia te ika a Māui e ngā kapua. Tū mai ai, he kāhui rangatira, he kāhui maunga. Ko Tongariro te rangatira, kua wāwāhia tana tinanga kia rua anō o Ngatihi, ko ngaru hoi rāua korua peru. Ka tū a taranaki ki te pai o ngā hauāuru. Ka toro o ngā ringa ki runga I te mata o te whenua. Ko ngā taina, ko pūtauaki, rāua, ko tauhara. Aha koa iti, he mana tonu tō rāua. Koi nei, ko te kāhui maunga. Titiro kauau ki te raki, he maunga wahine. He wahine huna kare āroto, he a tāhua. Ko te ingoa, pihanga. Tino aroha ngā tamatāne ki ai. Ka whakawhiwhia e rātau I te wahine nei, hei wahine mana. Engari, te tāia, e ia, te kōwhiri I mau aroha ia ki te katoa. I haere kē nei te wā. I tai mai te hāhātanga o hene takurua. Kaore toru a pihanga e tāia te kōwhiri. Ka hōha e nei toa, ka riri. Pū hae hae katoa nei te āhua ka rūmai. Ka nguru te ai o te rangi. Ka tahi, ka hurai a Tongariro. Ka pō. Ai ue nuku uerangi. I roto i te pō uri uri ka riri ngā maunga. Ka tangi haruru nei te puku o te ika. I timata te pakanga o te kāhuima. He weri weri, he ngārara, ake tonu atu. I mahue mai ai te pō, te ao. Ka taka te pō ki runga i te ao marama. Hai pō te rā, hai pō uri uri te pō. Ka wāhia te rā e te reo pakanga. Ko matua te toa te tangata. Ko Tongariro. Nā te koa o pīhanga rāua i piri ai. I tuku mihi a Taranaki ki tōna tuakana a Tongariro. I tahuri ke a Taranaki ki te tiro atu i te tai hau āuru. Nā te mea, ko tana rahi me tana taumaha ka wawaia e ia te whenua i aia e haere ana. Kai te kitea tonutia e nei wawainga tai mai ki tēnei rā. Arā, ko ngā kōaua o Maunganui o te ao me Wanganui. He tāna ki whakatā i te pō ki runga ki ngā pai maunga o Pauākai. Engari, i tāna ohunga ake i te ata, kua mau ia, kua kore e kaha ki te paku hūnuku. Pūtauaki e neke ki te whenua ki rāwhiti hei utu, ki te tamate rā ki te tai rāwhiti. Nā, kai roto ia i te takiwā o Mātātua waka, ko te taone o Kawerau, kai ōna rekereke e tauana. Koe nei te taunga whakamutunga o Pūtauaki. I whati te manawa o Tauhara. Tōna pīrangi he piri, he tata ki te taha o pīhanga. I tō muri ai tana hokinga ki tō taupō taha. I tau ai ki te hukuwai o te moana, ka tau. Ākāti, koe nei te pūrākau o te pakanga o te kāhui maunga. I o rātou wā i noho i te puku. Kaua e wareware e te iwi, mena ka haereere koe i wainga i enei toa i pakanga rātou. Kōwai ka mōhio, a tōna wāpea ka mana hua anoa i enei tihi tapu, nā tiki tiki o te upoko o Papatu Ānuku, huro.
So you have heard the story of the battle of 4 volcanoes over Pihanga. So that is the myth associated with Tongariro. Now you will hear about the real persons. So Nagatoroi Ranki visited Tongariro, and he climbed the Tongariro, and he found himself in distress. Because Tongariro is the area exposed to cold wind from the south. So Nagatoro Irangi tried to warm himself by creating a fire. And it is said this fire made Tongariro of volcanoes. So Nagatoro Irangi is said to be the person who transformed Tongariro mountains into volcanoes. And then, after that, the great Tuaretoa came to settle in. That is 8 generations after Nagatoro Irangi, and today it is in its 26th generation. So the people Ngāti Tuaretoa admired Tongariro Mountains as their ancestors and saw it as the source of cultural tradition, and this still exists today. At the beginning of the 19th century, European came, and 1840, the Waitangi Treaty was signed between Europeans and Maori people. And then it was promised that the land of Maori and tradition will continue and to be passed on. So the right of the land was promised under the treaty. However, amongst the Maori people, there were those who decided to sell their lands to make their living. So the fragmented sales of the land of the Tongariro area became concern, so that Te Heo Tukino the Fourth donated the land to the government, so that the government and Maori people could protect and preserve the land. So the Ngāti Tuaretoa's people and Tongariro's cultural, spiritual connection therefore still exist today. Now, let me briefly talk about how Tongariro National Park is managed based on my survey conducted locally. So the Tongariro National Park is currently managed by the Maori people and the Department of Conservation Office, where Ms. Connie Nogate, who was supposed to come and speak today, belong. So the DOC, its mandate is to conduct activities to preserve national park under the National Park Act, and also they engaged in various activities related to national park as well as protection of wildlife. So there is a visitor center in National Park. So more specifically, their activities would include the community-related activities, biodiversity-related activities, and also the activities of visitor center. And because the land is co-managed with the Maori people, they manage the matters, special matters of Ngāti Rangi. They are also responsible for maintaining for Wakapapa and Iwaki ski village. Also, because they are active volcanoes, there are activities related to monitoring of volcanoes, as well as the public safety. And finally, number 8 is the management of the heritage visitors. In each section, they appoint a supervisor, senior rangers, and other rangers. And also there is an overall general manager to oversee all the activities. Within the visitor center, there are information related to biodiversity, history of eruptions, and other developmental work. You could also find hazard map. So Tongariro National Park as a World Heritage is explained at this visitor center. Also, the monitoring of a volcano continues, and then the status of the volcanic activities are indicated in different colors of light. And if hazard signs of eruption are detected, there will be a warning issued. Within this national park, there are various equipment and facilities. Within the park, they have a hydropower system to generate the power for the national park. Also, the sewage treatment is handled by their own system. In addition to that, the DOC and the Maori people are responsible for installing various signboards. Within this Tongariro National Park, there is a ski village called Wakapapa and Iwakao. This is the area for tourism development, where the Maori people and government also collaborate. However, just the other day, very challenging situation arose concerning this ski village. That is why those speakers were not able to come today. However, I visited this place back in May, and I interviewed various stakeholders to learn about the area. Also, on the left-hand side, you could see Ms. Connie Nogate and also Mr. Te Naehe or Waniko, who are the very important people for this park, and also Mr. Babs Smith manage the Lake Loto Aya Forest Trust. They would plant trees in the area owned by Maori people, area of Maori people, and through the forestry business, they generate income. Now, I'd just like to spend some time to explain about the current problems within this national park. There are some problems. One of the major issues faced by the park is the rapid increase in the number of trekkers and accompanied distress calls. Tongariro Mountains are sacred mountains, and so you cannot have access to the summit, but you are allowed to hike around the area. So especially the red craters and blue lake, red crater and also blue lake, and also the carbonated spring. Those are the tourist attractions. And the Tongariro Alpine Crossing is very popular amongst the trekkers. And added to that was the film that was released in 2001, The Lord of the Rings, because the film was shot in this area. So the trekkers have more than doubled in recent years. And then along with this increase, there are increasing number of distressed calls, and there are some fatalities as well. For Maori people, people dying in the sacred land is a major issue. If someone should die based on the Maori tradition, you have to calm the mountains, you have to calm the soul of the dead. Therefore, the area would be made off limit for a certain period of time, but not everyone would follow that restrictions. In addition to the increase of the distressed cases, there are some issues around toilet usage as well as traffic congestion. And so for the future management method, I understand there will be a further consultation between Maori people and the government. So I visited this area myself, and I'd just like to talk about how this can be compared against Mount Fuji in Japan. To wrap up my presentation, facing mountains, this is one of the similarities between Japan and the New Zealand. The Maori people see the mountains are sacred, and there are some male mountains and female mountains. Tongariro is a male mountain. So until quite recently, the Maori women did not look directly at Tongariro because it's a mountain of the male god. And Bihanga is the mountain of the goddess, and the Maori men are not allowed to climb Pinhara. And there are some similarities between Fuji Mountain, Mount Fuji, and Tongariro in terms of the Maori livelihoods around the mountains. Before British people settled in the forest surrounding Tongariro area, hunting was the main way to make living. And one of the characteristics of the diet is to get the root of the fan plant and ferment that in the earth, and then make starch out of it to eat. In the modern era, after the settlement of British people, we see more similarities between Mount Fuji and Tongariro. And actually, I saw familiar sites there, for example, reforestation supported by trust. So European pine plantation takes place in Tongariro. In a case of Japan, it's a cypress or the cedar tree, a cypress, and also the stock farming is conducted. And the stock farming is quite popular in New Zealand, and this is applicable to this area. Also, use of geothermal heat and hot springs are occurring here, also at the Fuji mountain, and hydropower system is available near Fuji mountain as well as Tongariro. And Fujinomiya City, I beg your pardon, Tongariro area is known for trout farming. So the aqua farming is also conducted in Fujinomiya City as well. And resort development has been taking place in Tongariro place, just like we saw the development in the area surrounding Mount Fuji. When I was there, I had opportunities to had a talk with Mr. Waniko. What he said was Tongariro and also Mount Fuji are connected through the ring of fire of the Pacific. And he said Tongariro connects our people to your people. Now they face some complex situation, and my hope is that this will be resolved as soon as possible. So with that, I would like to actually finish my presentation. But before I leave, even under the situation where complex problem arose, we are today joined by Mr. Charlie Rahiri from MFAT. And he is going to talk about Tauranga Maunganui mountain as a case of explaining the relationship between Maori people and mountains. So I believe Mr. Rahiri is online.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko maua o te maunga, ko tauranga te moana, ko Ngāti Rangi Nui, ko Ngai Te Rangi, ko Ngāti Pūkenga ngā iwi, ko Charlie Rahiri tōku ingoa. E mihi kau ana kia koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I acknowledge Tongariro Maunga, Te Kāhui Maunga. I acknowledge you all for inviting me in here today. There's a saying in Te Ao Māori, it says, me mate te kāinga tahi kaora, te kāinga rua. So when one house is not able to participate or one house fails, another house opens. So I welcome you from the house of Ranginui and acknowledge the house of the Ariki of Tongariro, Te Hiuhiu, and also the house of the Ariki, the chiefs of your land. I acknowledge the fact that you've afforded me the ability to present today on my mountain, Tauranga, in Tauranga Moana, called Mauao. I am the chair of Ngāti Ranginui Iwi, the tribe here in Tauranga. I'm also an employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I'm the Director Māori at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Tōku ahuru mō wai, Mauao, my safe place, my sanctuary. E hika tua ke ki rungara, pi tiki taua he tamatu, ku mea ki te mea ki te tonga, hiki nuku, hiki rangi, arara, ka ngaru, ngaru, ia ki te hau, maranga, kia whakarongo e. Taku kiri I te ki o te rehutai o ngā ngaru whati e ha ruru mai nei wi wa hora ia o mata kia mere tu. Ai, hei taki ki te ara kia tangara, he atua I te tini ki te pō, e koko ia ara A lament or a song for Mauao, a song that talks about our intrinsic link, our connection to our sacred mountain. I want to start by talking about the history of Tauranga, the history of our moana, of our sea, and the history of our mountain. As you can see from the maps that are in front of you, Tauranga is on the east coast of New Zealand, not far from Tongariro. It is part of the volcanic line. Mauao, or Mount Maunganui, is an extinct volcano that sits on the waterfront within a city called Tauranga. The story of Mauao is very similar to the story of Tongariro, in that mountains are often formed out of love. Another proverb in the Māori culture is ko te whenua me te wahine ka ngaro te tangata. So without land and without women, our man or people would not exist. And so we hold that very tightly. The story of Mauao, is, as I said, is very similar to the story of Tongariro Mountain, in that it tells of love, it tells of pain, it tells of sorrow. And it tells of a lot of different things in terms of who we are as the Māori people. The most famous story of Mauao, and they're often referred to as legends, but we call them stories because they're our truth. The most famous story of Mauao talks of our mountain. It refers to the story of how Mauao got its name. There was once a hill with no name, who lived on the edge of the Hautere forest. The nameless one was a pononga, or a slave, to a great and chiefly mountain called Ōtāne Wainuku. To the southwest was a shapely form of Puwhenua, a beautiful hill clothed in the fine greens of ferns and shrubs and trees of the forest of Tane Mahuta, the god of the forest. The Nameless One was desperately in love with Pūwhenua. However, her heart already belonged to Otane Wainuku. There seemed like no hope for the lowly slave. In despair, the Nameless One decided to end it all by drowning him in the great ocean of Tangaroa, the god of the sea. Calling on the Patupaerehe, the people with magic powers who only dwell in the nights and dwell deep in the forests, Pononga asked them to plait the ropes with their magic and haul him down towards the sea. Chanting their song, they began to haul the Nameless One slowly. And as they moved, they formed a lot of the different geographical features within Tauranga Moana, the rivers, the harbour. They followed the channel past the Tauranga harbour, all sun rose. Being the people of the night, the Patupaerehe fled back to the shady depths of the forests before the light of the sun descended upon them. The Patupaerehe gave the name Mauao to the mountain which marks the entrance of Tauranga Harbour today. This means caught by the morning sun. In time, he has assumed greater mana than his rival Otane Wainuku. Today, he was known by most as Mount Maunganui, following the arrival of the great fleet of waka. However, to the Māori people, he is still referred to as Mauao, caught by the dawn. And as you can see in the image behind me, the Mauao has left a track and made his way to the sea. Whilst the story is one of despair, we see hope in that story. We see light in that story. For Mauao is a representation and a manifestation of hope. Despite darkness, despite not being able to achieve some things, when you go out in search of light, even though that search may be done in despair, you will always find light and the sun will always rise. And that's the purpose of the story of Mauao. I'll talk to you also about the Great Migration, about the Takitimu waka, which landed at the base of Mauao, and the chief, Tamatea Ariki Nui. Mauao means caught by the dawn, and the different images and different stories, different levels of the stories will tell you that. I've shared with you the waiata, or the song of Mauao, the song of the Patupaerehe, the song of the fairies of the night. I've shared with you the story of Mauao. I've shared with you what that means to us and why we tell that story. I'm going to fast forward through eons of time to the first settlement of people in this area, in Tauranga, the Great Migration, when a great fleet of waka traversed Te Moana Nui Ākiwa, or the Pacific Ocean, in search of new land. As you know, these waka originated, we believe, in Asia, and then made their way through the Pacific Ocean, often stopping in islands such as Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Rarotonga, the Cook Islands. Takitimu, one such waka, stopped in the Cook Islands in a place called Tumu Te Varovaro, which is in Rarotonga. And when it stopped there, a new captain took charge of the waka. His name was Tamatea Ariki Nui, the captain of the canoe who arrived at the base of Mauao. So on their arrival in Tauranga, at the base of Mauao, right behind me, actually, in the image behind me, there is a rock in the top image on screen. The name of that rock is Tirikawa. And this is where the canoe landed in around between 800 and 1200 AD. When the canoe arrived here, Tamatea Ariki Nui, the captain, performed rituals to place the Maori, or a life force of the people, on this rock. That life force is called Ue Nukurangi, or the search for hope. He then disembarked or got off the waka and made his way and climbed his way to the top of Mauao, the top of Mount Maunganui. When he was up there, up at the top of the mountain, he said, this looks a lot like a mountain back in the Cook Islands. And so he named it Maunganui, after the mountain in the Cook Islands. So the mountain does have two names, Mauao, which is a name that was given to the mountain through eons of time, and Maunganui, which is a name that was placed on the mountain by the chief who arrived with the Great Migration, Tamatea Ariki Nui. He also named a number of places around Tauranga Moana as well. So when he arrived at the mountain, at the top of the mountain, he asked his son to perform a karakia, or a ritual. And that ritual was to imbue the people into the land. That karakia is called Te Uru Uru Whenua. And it goes a little bit like this. I'm sorry, there's no translation. Si hei uri uri, si hei nako nako. Ka tauha ko te rangi e tūnei. I turn to all the people here, I turn to our ancestors. Ka tauha te rangi e tūnei, those who are in the skies. Ka tauha ki te papa e hora nei, and those who are on the land. Ka tauha I matuku mai e a Rarotonga, those who have travelled us through the great seas from Rarotonga to where we are today. Ti hei uri uri, ti hei nako nako, ka tau ha te rangi e tūnei, ka tau ha te papa e takoto nei, ka tau ha te matuku mai a Rarotonga. Koe aruku hia mana wa pau roto, koe aruku hia mana wa pau waho. Although we were pulled this way, although we were pulled that way, tare wa tū ki te rangi e ke panuku, e ke tangaroa, whāno, haramai te toki, haumie, huie, tāi ki e. We were pulled to the depths of the ocean and the waka rose up again on top of the ocean. We've arrived. Shall we stay? Yes, we shall. Huie, tāi ki e. It is done. So that was the karakia, or the incantation that was placed on the mountain at the arrival of Tamatea Ariki Nui here in Tauranga. And that connection to the land has been with us as people ever since. I'm 23 generations down from that captain, Tamatea Ariki Nui, but that's why I know that the mountain is my place to stand. Again, fast forwarding through time, so I've talked about our arrival. I'll talk briefly about our survival. So settlement and placement. Continued occupation occurred by our tribe, our iwi, over a number of years. Other waka arrived in the area as well, and other waka arrived in different parts of New Zealand. And when other waka arrived, the people travelled throughout New Zealand. And so iwi battles weren't anything new on Mauao, on Mount Maunganui. It is a perfect vantage point for seeing other threatening waka or wakataua coming into the moana. So Mauao, at the top of Mauao, it was a beacon. It was a beacon of light and a beacon of hope, so you could see far across the ocean and any threat of incursion from others. So iwi conquest and iwi fights were quite rife. Our iwi maintained our presence on Mauao, but we were joined by two other iwi over time, Ngai Te Rangi and Waitaha. And so we shared the mountain with these iwi and shared certain places on this iwi after battles and after conquest. The arrival of the British, however, brought with it new challenges and new weapons. So the gun arrived in Tauranga, and with that, the intention to acquire land. So the only reason the British came to Tauranga was to acquire land. And one such piece of land that they wanted to acquire was obviously Mauao, or Mount Maunganui, for its strategic positioning and because it would conquer the stronghold of the iwi or the tribe. So in 1864, the New Zealand wars were travelling around the country since the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. In 1864, war arrived in Tauranga. A number of British ships arrived in the harbour, in the Tauranga harbour, to set up and create redoubts or colonial troop occupation points within Tauranga. Two major battles occurred in Tauranga, the Battle of Pukehinahina or Gate Pa, where Māori, some 200 Māori, defeated over 1,000 British troops. The bottom picture on the slide today is Gate Pa. And so what Māori did, they created this pa. It was a fake pa, but they didn't tell the British that. They created this pa, and underneath the pa were a series of deep trenches. And they covered those trenches with raupo, with wood, with leaves, with dirt, and the Māori hid underneath those trenches. And so when the British moved in and attacked the pa, after hours of bombarding it with cannons, they moved in to attack it. The Māori were waiting for them, looking up at them. And it was a massacre. It was a massacre for the British and a huge loss and defeat. But retribution was swift. So the Battle of Gate Pa happened in April 1864. In June 1864, the repercussion for the battle happened at a place called Tauranga. And at Tauranga, Māori were surprised. It was not a planned or agreed attack as you do in war. They were surprised. The pa was unfinished, and Māori suffered a great defeat. As a consequence of that, some Māori escaped and moved inland into our inland pa, moved away from the ocean. And whilst they were inland, the British troops came through with what we call the scorched earth policy. And so they would burn the houses, they would burn the whare, and then they started to survey the land. And the only reason they wanted to survey the land was to confiscate it. And so we became subject to confiscation and compulsion at that time. Te whakahokinga mai, or the return of the mountain. So on this slide, we've got a lot of the old place names. So each of those markers or place names, you probably can't see it because it's too small, it signifies or indicates either a pa, a settlement, a wahi tapu, a site of sacred significance, or a resting place of a tupuna, or the burial ground of a tupuna, or where we used to do activities. For example, there's a place on there called Waipatu Kākahu, which is where they used to wash their korowai. There's different places on the mountain. So Māori resurgence after the battle meant that we went back to court. We went back to court to challenge ownership to our resources, which were taken away through different parts of legislation. So the governments over subsequent years utilised legislation to remove the rights of the mountain, much like Tongariro, much like just about every mountain in New Zealand and every place of significance in New Zealand. A key component to the restoration, to the revitalisation of our people was our language, the development of our language, of Te Reo Māori. There was a period in our history where speaking Māori was forbidden, was legislated out of our education system, and our children were banned from speaking them. And this is my grandparents' generation. It's only 2 generations above me, but they were banned from speaking their language. Why is that important? Because without language, a culture has nothing. Okay, so it was another form of colonization, another form of assimilating Māori to be pseudo-Pākehā or pseudo-Europeans. It didn't work, thankfully. It didn't work. Our people were strong and held on to the language, sometimes in stealth, but language revitalisation became a thing in the 1970s, where petitions were made to Parliament, where language schools were established without mandate from the government. Mandate would come, but when they were first established, there was no mandate for the language. And this is important because it created a space amongst Māoridom, amongst our people, to revitalise and rejuvenate and resist any further changes or diminishing of our culture, of our history. What that meant is the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal, or a legislative body that gives advice on to the government on wrongdoings as a result of the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi and a result of subsequent legislation, which meant that Māori were deprived or removed from ownership of a number of different things. The mountains are included in this. As a people, we have settled our substantial claim. We have received an apology from the Crown. We received that in 2008. But a precursor to that was the challenge to have the mountain returned. The mountain, as I continue to say, is our beacon of hope. So with the return of the mountain, it was seen as a step to return our mana. So the mountain was initially, the return was discussed in the early 2000s, and in 2008, the mountain was returned to us through legislation. So it's only one of a few mountains in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that is now owned by the iwi. Some of the fears that arose when the mountain was returned to us were totally annihilated by the realities of our intention as Māori. We never wanted to close it off. We never close anything off. So there is still open for public access. And it's about 230 meters high. So there are a number of tracks that go to the top of the mountain. I try and climb the mountain 2 or 3 times a week. So, and it's still very much open to the public. It does close for a couple of months a year or a couple of weeks a year, 1 to do restoration work, and 2 just to give it a rest, because you could easily see over 1,000 people walking up the mountain every weekend. Ceremonial activities were returned to the mountain. So in Te Ao Māori, similar to biblical culture, the mountains are our cathedrals. It's the closest we can get to the heavens. When we climb to the top of the mountain, that's where we go to pray. When I climb to the top of my mountain, or Mowal, I can hear the song, the melodic sounds of the tui, which, similar to the raven in Ainu or in Japanese culture, is the voice of the heavens. It's the voice of those who have departed, talking, speaking, and singing to us. So those ceremonial activities were returned. We can continue those on our mountain. Original place names on the mountain have been returned and have been refurbished. There's a lot of beautification work going on the mountain at the moment, and the place names, storyboards, and protective mechanisms are being put in place to ensure that people know where they are, who they are, and the history of the mountain. As I said, beautification is returning. We're working closely with DOC to restore a number of native species on the mountain, to eliminate pests that only serve to deprive our mountain from its natural cloak of beauty. And Mowal is revered. So Mowal, our beacon of light, is now revered as a rangatira, or a chiefly mountain, in the whānau or family of mountains around Aotearoa, New Zealand. So that meant in 2008, when through legislation in Parliament, the mountain was returned to the ownership of the people, that we had a say in how the mountain was being managed. We did not want to close the mountain off to the public. We still wanted the public to be able to feel, to breathe, to walk, and to hug the mountain, because that's what it's all about. Mowal is now managed by a trust. So the trust was set up. So the mountain, the mana of the mountain, or the life of the mountain, the life force, the ownership of the mountain sits with iwi, sits with the tribes. The mountain is managed by the Tauranga City Council. So the local authority and some central government now assist us in managing the mountain and looking after the mountain. And that was developed under a historic reserve management plan. And that plan, that document is quite substantial and steps out how we care for the mountain and how we do that by looking after each other. So the iwi have a strong place on this. There are 3 tiers to the management of the mountain. The first tier is that the iwi have nominated 2 people each onto a board or a committee that oversees everything to do with the mountain. So there are 3 iwi within this city. Ngāti Ranginui, we have 2 representatives on that board, and they're elderly, they're elders, they're not us, the young ones. Well, I like to think I'm still young. So they're elders, 2 from Ngāti Ranginui, one of the iwi in Tauranga, 2 from Ngaiterangi, another iwi, and 2 from Ngāti Pukenga, the 3rd iwi that reside in Tauranga. And so those 6 are the decision makers, the ultimate board, if you like, of Mauao. Dropping down a layer from that, we have what's called Ngā Pōtiriao. And Ngā Pōtiriao are representatives again of the iwi and of local authorities and government agencies that work on the management of Mauao. So they do all the work, really. They do all the work around Mauao, around the mountain, and then decisions are made at the highest level on how the mountain is delivered and developed. How do we have input into our mountain? We have input into our mountain through our iwi, through our people, through our tribes, and we can have direct conversation with our elders who are responsible for maintaining the Maori or the life force of the mountain. So I might just for a moment end this slideshow and share another document with you, which sort of steps out the mountain and how the mountain is managed, how our mountain is managed. So I'm just going to share the management plan with you, and I'm hoping you can see it. I'm sorry, you're going to have to see the outline of my screen. But this document is the Mauao management plan. I'm hoping you can see it. And the Mauao management plan just steps out how we work together to manage our mountain. It was developed in 2010 and has since been updated every year. So the version that was on the screen is the latest version of the management plan, but the nucleus or the information is still the same. And so the former chair is noted in this, Dr. Kihi Ngātai, who sadly passed away 2 years ago. The new chair, there is a new chair of the Iwi Collective, sitting alongside the chair of Ngā Pōtiriao, so that's the second layer of management of the mountain, and the mayor of Tauranga. So it just talks about the history of the mountain, the purpose and scope of the management plan, the overview of the reserve. So Mauao now sits under a reserve, so no commercial activity can occur on Mauao. Mauao was revered as tapu, or sacred, a sacred mountain. It talks about the history of Mauao. It talks about the story, and as you can see, there's some beautiful imagery from our mountain, and there's no reason, and that's the reason why we did not want people to stop climbing the mountain, because there you can connect with the heavens, and you can connect with each other, and you can connect with a taiao, or the environment, and the elements that make up the environment. Where Mauao is, and again, some beautiful imagery. I believe we come from the most beautiful city in the world, so a big plug from Tauranga. And again, you can see different people enjoying the mountain. It talks about the European history of the mountain, how the Crown confiscated the mountain in 1865, and it led to European settlement of the entirety of the peninsula on which the mountain sits. And so we can't get all of that back, because it was given to either troops or sold, and now is now in private ownership. So treaty settlements within New Zealand, you can only get land back that is vested in the Crown. The archaeological and natural sites on the mountain, the natural values, the recreational use, a number of research documents into the mountain, the mission statement of the mountain, and the mission statement is tōku maunga, tō maunga, ki tai, ki uta, hiki nuku, hiki rangi. My mountain is your mountain, linking the sea and the land, from the earth to the heavens. Koi tū te mana o ngā iwi, ko Ngaiterangi, ko Ngāti Ranginui. me Ngāti Pūkenga me o rātou hapu I runga I o maunga. Day2 means forever will the mana or prestige and length of the three iwi, Ngāi Te Rangi, Ngāti Ranginui, and Ngāti Pūkenga, be imbued and enveloped in every aspect of the mountain, so that its sub-tribes, its hapu, will enjoy the mountain forever. Some of the objectives of the management plan is to protect the historical, the archaeological and cultural values and meet the cultural needs and aspirations of tangata whenua, the Māori people or the people of the land. To protect and enhance the natural landscape, character and ecological values of the reserve. To continue to meet the appropriate recreational amenity needs of residents and visitors to the city. E hara te iwi Māori he iwi mata people. The Māori people are not a greedy people. Ko te whāinga tuatahi kei roto I ngā uara, so the first goal within our values is manaakitanga. Manaakitanga means that we must look after. Mana aki te tangata. So we must bestow mana into everyone that comes in to our purview or everyone that comes into our area. That's manaakitanga, and that's a deep-rooted value of Māori. The decision-making framework is outlined in this document as well. As I said, there's a board that sits, which includes the 6 kaumātua, 6 elders from the 3 iwi, and then under that board is a working group that looks to do all the work really. And the slide that I have got up at the moment just shows how that works. So it's very clear how the management of the mountain works and how decisions are made about the mountain. And then it just moves into some of the different parts of the management plan that have to be considered when decisions are being made about the mountain. And so this is the Moa management plan. As you can see, it's quite a comprehensive document and a well thought out document that was heavily consulted with both Māori and non-Māori, with local government and central government alike. A number of acts and then a number of legislation and a number of things, different types of areas of protection for Moa as well. So in the legislative context, the mountain is very much protected to be maintained in its current state and restored in some places to its original state. So in 2008, as I said, the Tauranga Moana Iwi, or the Tribes of Tauranga Collective Redress Settlement Bill, included Moa Historic Reserve Vesting Act 2008. And as I said, so the return of the mountain was an act of parliament. That can't be undone. And this is our mountain, and this is our management plan. Let me just very quickly again share something else, and I'm hoping that we are going to be able to get the sound. I'll just make sure. Yes. It's just a short clip. I'm hoping you can see it. quite proud of the fact that we're a city that looks to inspire, looks to innovate, and looks to connect with our deep past and recognize our past. We also, as a city, we know we're on the precipice of change. We know we're on the precipice of change because for over 50 years, we've had a resurgence of our language. We've had a resurgence of our culture. We've had a resurgence of who we are and the connection that we are. We're not quite there. We have a long way to go. But as I said, we are on a journey together with each other. So the restoration of place names, I'll return back to our slides now. I'm hoping you can still see those. Please let me know if there is an issue. So the restoration of our place names, the restoration of our stories, the reconnecting of our people. That's the intention of the Mobile Trust Management Plan. We talk about our deep connection to the mountain. Our deep connection to the mountain, when we introduce ourselves as Māori, as you heard Tame in the first slide, he talked about who he is. And in Māoridom, who you are is more important than what you are. And who you are is from whence you come. So when I introduce myself, I do something called a pepeha. When my children introduce themselves, they do that. When my cousins introduce themselves, they do it as well. And we always start with our mountain. And why? Because the mountain was here before we were and will be here long after we've gone. The mountain is our link and our umbilical link to the land, to the whenua, to Mother Earth, but also our history, our now, and our future. So we say, ko mauao tōku maunga, mauao is my mountain. Ko tauranga tōku moana, tauranga is my water of life. Ko Ngāti Rangi Nui, ko Ngāti Rangi, ko Ngāti Pūkenga me Waitaka, ōku iwi. O Ngāti Rangi Nui, Ngāti Rangi, Ngāti Pūkenga, Waitaha. These are my tribes. And the reason we do it in this way, and certainly in this order, is because it comes in order of importance. So the mountain always takes precedence and first and is first mentioned in every form of importance for Māori. Ko tauranga tōku moana, the waterways, a second. And if it wasn't for the waterways, we wouldn't be here because obviously we travelled and traversed here by canoe, by waka haurua. So the waterways are deeply important, but it's also a pātaka kai or a cupboard, a food cupboard or a food source. And then our iwi. And the iwi are normally named after eponymous ancestors. If I quickly go back to the ancestor I talked about that arrived on the Takitimu waka with the Great Migration, Tamatea Ariki Nui. Tamatea Ariki Nui had a son and his name was Rongokako. Rongokako had a son and his name was Tamatea Hokai Whenua. And that just means Tamatea who travelled the lands. Tamatea had a son and his name was Ranginui. Ranginui became the eponymous ancestor of Ngāti Ranginui, the tribe that resides in Tauranga, one of the tribes that resides in Tauranga today. And Ngāti Ranginui are, like every other tribe in Tauranga, a very proud and a very visible tribe within Tauranga Moana as well. We still acknowledge Mauao as our mountain, and we still acknowledge everything about Mauao and who he represents, which is us. So from Ranginui had a son called Tūteranga, who had a son called Te Kaponga, who had a son called Kahuwhaia, who had a son called Pata, who had a son called Tahupōtiki, who gave birth to Mātangi. From Mātangi came Tākiri, from Tākiri came Te Papa Whakairi, from Te Papa Whakairi came Tahuri Wakanui, from Tahuri Wakanui came Waikohua, from Waikohua came Koikoi, from Koikoi came Rauhia, from Rauhia came Te Maru, from Te Maru came Riripiti, and I am the son, I am the son of Riripiti. So that is my link to the mountain, to the ancestral chief. I'm gonna ask for questions. If there are any questions, I'll leave 5-10 minutes at the end to answer any questions, because unfortunately I'm not able to join the panel session tonight due to other commitments, but I am going to ask for questions at the end. What Moau means to us, I think I've just explained that to us. Don't we have a beautiful mountain? And if you look at these pictures on the slide at the moment, absolutely stunning. And that's why the mountain means so much to us. And that's why we still continue to climb the mountain, to breathe in the breath of the mountain. We believe that the mountain is a living being. Scientists will tell you the mountain's extinct. Māori will tell you the mountain is very much alive. Very much alive. We feel the mountain and the mountain feels us. I want to leave you today with a poem that sort of epitomizes the meaning of the mountain to us. It was written by my son when he was 9 years old, and he was doing a study on the mountain, and we took him, since they've been babies, we've been taking them up the mountain to reconnect with the mountain. And he wrote these words when he was 9 about his mountain. Tōku maunga, nā tuara Rahiri. Hoki a ki o maunga kia pūrea e koe ngā hau o tāwhiri mātia. Return to your ancestral mountain to be cleansed by the winds of Tāwhiri Mātia. Tāwhiri Mātia is the god of the elements. I stand on my mountain, I feel his breeze. I hear his voice in the whispering trees. I ask my mountain, what do you see? And here's what my mountain said to me. I am older than time. My skin is now stone. I stand as a beacon, but I stand alone. I once loved another, but our love could not be. So here I am on the edge of the sea, caught by the dawn, for I saw the light. My sadness is gone. I'm a symbol of might. I'm not just a mountain. My child, understand. I am your history. Your place to stand. I knew your ancestors, and I'll know those that descend. I am your mountain. I am your friend. So now I know, now I see, my mountain has a life force. I am my mountain, and my mountain is me. Ko Mauau tōku maunga. Mauau is my mountain. Ko Tauranga tōku moana. Tauranga is my water of life. Ko Tāki Timu tōku waka. Tāki Timu is my ancestral canoe. Ko Ngāti Ranginui tōku iwi. My tribe is Ngāti Ranginui. Nō reira, kia koutou katoa. Tēnei rā te mihi atu kia koutou kua tāpiri mai tēnei rā. I want to acknowledge all of you who have joined today in this presentation. He mihi tēnei kia koutou e ngā āpiha o tira koutou I whakarite mai tēnei huihuinga. I want to acknowledge the organisers of the hui and congratulate Fujisan World Heritage Area. Nō reira nā koutou tēnei ara I para mō mātou te whai. You've laid these foundations for the rest of us to follow. Mai Aotearoa, ta tuake te ngā kau ki te kōpū o Mount Fuji. From New Zealand, from my mountain, we send our greetings of the heart, of the mind, of the soul, of connection to Mount Fuji. Aha kua kaori I konei, e nei e rā rangatira o Tongariro maunga, me mihi ka tika ki te ariki te heu. Nō reira, te kai hāpai te rama, mō tātou te iwi Māori. And again, we acknowledge Tongariro maunga. Tūwhare toa iwi, the paramount chief, Tumu te heu, who is a beacon of light for his people, for our people, for all people throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand. Nō reira kia koutou, huri noa. O tira, e ngā rangatira, to your ambassador, to our ambassador Hamish, kia piri mai, kia tata mai tātou I raro I te aroha. We continue to be joined by our deep connection throughout history, that intrinsic link. Ia piti hono he tātai hona, a link that can never be broken. Nō reira, kia koutou katoa, huri noa, tēnā koutou. With that, I say thank you, tēnā koutou, thank you twice, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you to you all.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Rahiri, Mr. Charlie Rahiri. Thank you. Thank you so much. Since we have run out of time, if you have any questions, we would like to contact you later with the questions, if we may. Thank you. So we would like to conclude the report on New Zealand. Thank you so very much. Thank you to Mr. Charlie Rahiri and adjunct professor Mr. Inoue. Could we have another round of applause for both individuals? Thank you.
We would now like to begin the afternoon session. The speaker here is Mr. Zhan, former Vice Chairman and Secretary General of ICOMOS China. The title is Mt.Tongariro and the 5 Sacred Mountains of China. So, Mr. Zhan, please.
Respected Director, very respected Director Mrs. Astuko Toyama, and dear colleagues and guests, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank especially to the Mount Fuji World Heritage Center of Shizuoka for your so kind invitation to give me such a wonderful opportunity to participate in such an enjoyable event. I would also like to express my appreciation and congratulations to the previous speakers before me for their excellent speeches, which enable me to share a wealth of knowledge and nice feelings. Now I'm going to talk about with you, distinguished colleagues and guests, some information about the major sacred mountain project inscribed on the World Heritage List in China, the Mountain Tame, and some reflection and issues that have been triggered by it. The magnificent and vast natural forces, people's attachment to their hometown, and the process of human cognition of nature, including the awe and the worship of the spirit of all things, have given rise to sacred lands and sacred mountains of various ethnic groups of tribes. China has, China has a lot of ethnic groups and has a sacred mountain that they all worship. For example, the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in the Lijiang Old Town, Yunnan province of China, the people worshipped and sacrificed by the generations of Nasi people, the main ethnic group in the World Heritage Site of Lijiang Ancient Town in Yunnan province. And the World Heritage Site of the Hani Terraces landscape, also in Yunnan province, and has a long tradition of respecting mountains and rivers among the local ethnic groups and the different sacred mountains and the related worship activities. And the ceremonies are distributed in different counties in the Honghe prefecture. For example, here is the the up is the Guanyin Mountain in the Yuanyang County, and the Alopin Sacred Mountain in Lichuan County. The Sacred Mountain of Gangpochi, English name I think is Kalash or Kalas, in Tibet is not only revealed by the Bon religion, but also by Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism as the abode of gods and the immortals. Every year, thousands of believers come to worship and circumambulate the mountain. This is a sacred mountain with great potential to become a World Heritage Site. With the development of religion, there are also Buddhist sacred mountains in China, such as the 4 famous Buddhist mountains. Wutai Mountain in the north part of Shanxi province, known as the first of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains, is revered as one of the 4 great Bodhisattva with boundless Dharma power and various abilities. The abode of Manjusri Bodhisattva and the main venue for spreading the Buddhism and preaching the Dharma. Mount Eme, I think is in Sichuan province, also one of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains, is the residence of Samantabhara Bodhisattva. Is her places. And another 2 of the famous Buddhist mountains, the Mount Puto in Zhejiang province and the Mount Zhuhua in the Anhui province. Chinese indigenous Taoism, which has a wide influence and is directly and closely related to Chinese traditional beliefs and customs, has a sacred land system of 36 caves. In Chinese, we call it Dongtian. It means the cave linking to heaven. And 72 blessed land, we call the Fuji, most of which are sacred mountains in various places. Among them, Wudang Mountain in Hubei province has been inscribed on the World Heritage List for its series of ancient architectural complexes. Many other Taoist sacred mountains are included in the series combinations of other World Heritage sites, such as Qingcheng Mountain, and Sanqing Mountain, Lushan Mountain, and so on. Sacred mountains are often the sacred land in human ancestors and ancient myths and legends in China. The most famous and oldest being Kunlun Mountain. Various theories have been proposed regarding the relationship between ancient Kunlun Mountain and the Karakoram Mountain range in contemporary geography. I think located in the border of several countries. However, as the memory of ancient myths in Chinese classics, Kunlun Mountain has always been the most sacred and mysterious place related to the origin of the mankind. In ancient Chinese mythology, it is the axis of the world and the fireland outside the world. It is also said to be the lower capital of the god, of the emperor of heaven. Moreover, it is said that a fairy queen mother of the West lives in Kunlun Mountain. The connection between this and the contemporary geographical concept of Kunlun Mountain is elusive. In the end, the different sacred mountains often become the support and the symbol of the corresponding ethnic group's identity at different levels and regional scopes. They also become a kind of monument of nature. In China's social governance and the change of the political power, famous and majestic sacred mountains are also regarded as symbols of territorial boundaries and national political systems, not only revered by the people, but also sacrificed by the rulers of the past dynasties as personified heavenly God to protect themselves and their political power. The most representative example is the 5 sacred mountains, or may call the 5 great mountains. I think the same character in here is we call the Wu Yue. And the location is just shown on the screen. Chinese history books have long recorded the fact that Chinese imperial rulers used the worship of holy mountains to consolidate the regionality of their rule. The so-called Feng Shan. Feng means offering sacrifices to heaven, and Shan means offering sacrifices to the earth, which is the emperor going to the top of the sacred mountain to report to heaven and the earth, also showing the world that he is the son of heaven, receiving the mandate of heaven and representing heaven and the earth to rule the world, both seeking the approval and the protection of the gods and the spirits of heaven and the earth, and deterring the vassals and the people under their conquest and rule the hearts of the people of the world. Feng and Shan, the practice of sacrificing sacred mountains as a political act to stabilize the state power, has become one of the continuous means of rule in Chinese history. The sacred mountains, such as the 5 sacred mountains as national symbols, are, of course, of extraordinary significance. Among them, the Feng Shan activities of the only emperors in Chinese history, Wu Zetian of the Tang Dynasty, at Mountain Song, that's one of the 5 sacred mountains located in Henan province, considered to be in the center of heaven and earth, have been recorded in history and verified by contemporary archaeological discoveries. The golden bowl of sacrifices she cast to Mount Song is engraved with the following words: cautiously approaching the gate of the lofty Mount Song in the central sacred mountain, casting a golden bowl to remove Wu Zetian's sins. However, the most important activities of Feng Shan were concentrated in Mountain Taishan, either by the emperor himself or by sending officials to operate on his behalf. Mount Taishan is located in the central part of Tai'an City, in the eastern coastal province of Shandong, China. It is also known as Day2 and belongs to the Taishan mountain range. It runs through the central part of Shandong, within the territory of Tai'an City, and extends between the Tai'an City, Jinan City, and Zibo City. The mountain range is about 200 kilometers long from east to west, and about 50 kilometers wide from north to south. The main peak, Jade Emperor Peak, we call it Yu Huangding, has an altitude of 1545 meters. Its stratum belongs to the typical basement and cover structure area of the North China platform. The southern part has a large underlift and the cover layout in the weathering, revealing a large area of basement Taishan rocks, which is the Taishan group's stratum of the Archean with an absolute age of about 2.5 million years. It is one of the oldest strata in China. The unlived in the northern part is small, and the cover layer preserves the typical Paleozoic strata developed on the North China platform. The landforms of Mount Taishan are divided into 4 major types. It's alluvial accumulation platform, erosion accumulation hills, structural erosion low mountains, and erosion structural medium and low mountains. Mount Taishan stands abruptly above the plain with a distinct vertical climate change from top to bottom. The average temperature in January at the foot of the mountain is -3 centigrade, while at the top it is -9. The average temperature in July at the foot of the mountain is 26 centigrade, while at the top it is 18. The foot of the mountain has 4 distinct seasons, while the top has 3 seasons, like spring and winter, like jade, with fog and frost, critical clear, like jade, forming an important landscape. The spring season has a lot of wind and sound. Mount Tai has a long winter with an ice period of up to 150 days and a minimum temperature of -27.5 centigrade at the top, and forming the spectacle of the fog and the frost. In ancient China, the character Tai means big or great. More than 2,000 years ago, during the Qin dynasty, the majestic and grand mountain was called Mount Tai, which means great mountain. In the long history, Mountain Tai became a proper name, and it was also called Daizong and Dai Mountain. Due to its geographical location facing the sea, and located in the east where the sun rises, political, economic, and cultural changes, the vastness of the mountains themselves, and the historical evolution, Mount Tai has long been regarded as the first, or we call the head of the 5 sacred mountains. Recorded emperors of past dynasties personally offered sacrifices and enfeeblements here. In the eyes of ordinary people, Mountain Tai rises abruptly from the ground with majestic mountains and towering main peaks, cliffs and precipices, strange rocks, and rugged stones, green pines, and many ancient trees surrounding the clouds and endless changes in scenery throughout the 4 seasons. Its location in ancient China was within the territories of the states of Qi and Lu, and the land of Qi and Lu, the local kingdom, gave birth to Confucian culture, which has influenced the East for more than 2,000 years. The hometown of Confucius, Qufu, is near Mountain Tai. Taishan is such a geographical, political, and cultural location. It is identified as the first or the head of the 5 sacred mountains. In addition to the Chinese mythology about the head of the creator Pangu, there is another saying that from the theory of yin-yang and 8 trigram, Taishan is located in the east of the unified country, which is implied as the place where all things grow. More importantly, the political needs and the needs of the ruling layout after the unification of China began in the earliest dynasty of China, the Qin dynasty, which was followed by successive dynasties. People's reverence and worship for Mount Tai have made the mountain climbing a popular activity among both the general public and the upper class. And it is highly regarded both at home and abroad. Moreover, we call the Mengzi mentions one of the representatives of the Confucian culture in ancient China, who can be compared with Confucius said. He said, Confucians climb the mountain Taishan and the world becomes small. There are several different routes for climbing the Mount Tai, but no matter which route, it is inevitably steep and difficult. Mount Tai from the Hongmen is the first heavenly gate architectural complex at the foot of the southern slope to the summit. It is said that there are more than 7,000 stone steps in total, with a round trip of more than 30 kilometers. The Shiba Pans, the final and steepest section of the climbing route from the Shengxianfang to Nantianmen, which looks up to the sky. The steepness is like a ladder hanging on a cliff, with a total of 478 steps, sometimes hidden and sometimes visible in the clouds. People often have to rely on the iron chains beside them and use both of their hands and feet to climb this section of the mountain. And then from the Nantianmen passing the Tianjie, you can reach the top of Mountain Tai, the Dead Emperor Peak. I'm sorry, there's some problem with my notes. Sorry again. For many people, completing the climb is not only a test and exercise of physical strength and perseverance, but also a sublimation and realization of the spirit. When reaching the summit, it feels like ascending from the mundane world to the heavenly realm, where one can overlook all the smaller mountains, watch the sea of clouds, look at the sunrise, see the world, appreciate the beauty, seek ancient thoughts, and comprehend life. This is an irreplaceable spiritual feeling and aesthetic enjoyment. Throughout the ages, year after year, climbing Mount Tai has been the aspiration and the experience of people. Of course, this is also a test of physical strength and perseverance. The time it takes to climb from the entrance to the summit ranges from an hour for professional climbers to 7 or 8 hours for the physically weakest. And it's rare not to have sore wrists and legs for several days afterward. The overall majesty of the mountain, the depth of vegetation, has the vastness of the climate and the people's feelings during the climb process have made Mount Tai defined as and recorded with many landscape combinations, such as the top 10 scenic spots, 8 major landscapes, 4 major wonders, and 6 scenic areas, and so on. In contemporary times, the desire to climb Mountain Tai is more widespread and enthusiastic, and has even developed activities such as the International Mountaineering Festival. However, the widespread enthusiasm for modern Mountain Tai sightseeing and summit climbing has brought unprecedented challenges and pressures to the management and protection of heritage. The construction of a kitable on Mountain Tai has posed a difficult problem for the management of China's sacred mountains, and the debate continues to this day. Once an important person of the Tai'an city, where the Mountain Tai is located in Tai'an, even proposed to create a bustling paradise on earth with as a bold declaration. I'm deeply worried about this. My concern is that excessive commercialization and development may damage the natural beauty and the cultural heritage of Mountain Tai, which has been cherished for thousands of years. It's crucial to strike a balance between tourism development and the preservation of the historical and the natural environment. By doing so, we can ensure that future generations can continue to appreciate and learn from the unique spirit and aesthetic experience offered by Mountain Tai. In the embrace of Mountain Tai's nature, over 2,000 years of historical and cultural development have left behind a rich cultural heritage, including cultural, religious, and political aspects. To this day, there are more than 20 ancient buildings remaining in addition to the milestone landmark buildings along the steep mountain road to the sky, such as the first heavenly gate, the middle heavenly gate, Shengxian Wang, and the Nantianmen are the famous ones. And other famous ones include Dai Temple, the main one. This magnificent architectural complex is located at the foot of Mount Tai in southern foothills. It is said to have been built more than 2,000 years ago during the Qin dynasty, and the vast scale of the buildings has been built and added to over the generations. The main building, Tiankuang Hall, was built during the Dazhongxiangfu period, 1008 to 1016 AD of Emperor Zhenzong of the Song dynasty. It measures 22.3 meters high, 48.7 meters wide, and 19.8 meters deep. It is magnificent and beautiful. It is the highest ranking temple building in China, according to the existing form and regulations. In the, we call the Hanbai Yuan, is a courtyard on the east side of Dai Temple. There are separate trees planned by Emperor settled by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty more than 2,000 years. I'm not sure of that, but it's the legend. It's the big tree. And locust trees from the Tang Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago, which testify to the fullness and the long history of mountain ties and the mountain god and the Dai temple. More than 100 stone inscriptions from the Qing and the Han dynasties are preserved in Dai temple, including official notice of satisfactions of mountain Tai through the ages of inscriptions of the rebuilding of Dai temple, written in different Chinese calligraphy styles. Among them, I think it's the mountain Tai stone inscription. It's the most written by Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his son, Emperor Qin Ershi. Engraved by Li Si, the famous prime minister and historian of that time in Xiu script, Chinese calligraphy. 碧霞元君, Ci means the temple. 碧霞 means the rosy clouds of the sunrise in the east. The Yuanjun is the Taoist honorific for goddesses, in addition to being regarded as one of the incarnations of the heavenly emperor. Mount Tai is also considered the place where the goddess Bixia Yuanjun manifests herself as the goddess of Mount Tai. Bixia Yuanjun and the sea goddess Mazu, who is widely worshipped along the Chinese coast, are both considered to have the divine power to protect the people and the safety of the country, and are known as Northern Yuanjun and Southern Mazu. Bixia Temple is located at the top of the mountain Tai. It was first built in the first year of Dazhong Xiangfu in the Northern Song Dynasty, 1008 years AD, and is the largest ancient building complex on Mount Tai. In China, there is a saying that all famous mountains are occupied by monks. However, the cultural heritage of the 5 sacred mountains, including Mount Tai, is mainly based on traditional Chinese Confucianism and Taoism. Nevertheless, the Diamond Sutra inscription in Mountain Tai's Jin Shi Yu are exquisite examples of Buddhist calligraphy and stone carving art. It is located on a riverbed rock at the altitude of over 400 meters beside the climb path of Mount Tai. It was carved during the Southern and Northern dynasties, the 5th century to the 6th century, originally with more than 2,500 Chinese characters, and currently has 1,067 characters. It is one of the most famous Buddhist classics and stone carving artworks here. In addition to the royal, official, and religious stone carvings, inscriptions, and epitaphs, the vast and profound Mountain Tai region and the record of Chinese history are full of famous historical figures, literary works, and artworks, and explores about Mountain Tai. There are about 2,200 historical stone inscriptions preserved in Mountain Tai. The most famous one is the record of the Mountain Tai, also known as the Tame cliff, which was carved in 726 AD on the cliff of Daguan Peak at the top of the mountain. There are also long inscriptions from other periods with various themes. The calligraphy styles are diverse and both historical records and aesthetic masterpieces, shining or hidden among the majestic mountains and ancient trees, appearing frequently on the climb and exploration path, creating a fascinating contrast with nature. However, this is also raised interesting issues. Some contemporary people also wish to leave their inscription in famous places like Mountain Tai, considering it a continuation of the cultural tradition. Once at a public discussion, an audience member asked me why contemporary people cannot be allowed to leave cultural heritage works newly created for future generations if the inscriptions left by historical figures in famous places are considered part of cultural heritage. My answer is that, as stipulated in China's cultural relics protection law, the maintenance and the protection of cultural heritage should follow the principle of not change the original state of the cultural relics. The concept of historical heritage is different from the concept of cultural heritage in contemporary understanding and the legal framework. As heritage is the original state should be the current status recognized by contemporary people and defended in the form of law, it is difficult for contemporary people to determine the quality and the value of contemporary works within the scope of heritage protection defined by law. New works should not be added. In addition to all the natural and aesthetic factors mentioned above, the more important cultural and historical significance of Mountain Tai lies in its unique position in China's political and cultural history. It has become a place for rulers of various dynasties to worship the heavens and hold an all-encompassing influence and lofty status in social life. And the traditional Chinese culture believes that the East is the place where everything alternates and begins in the early spring. So Mount Tai, among the 5 sacred mountains in the East, west, south, and the north, has the reputation of being the leader of the 5 sacred mountains, and the most revered of the 5 sacred mountains. In China, there has long been a saying that when Mount Tai is stable, the whole world is stable. When Mount Tai is secure, the country's political power is stable, and the people live and work in peace and happiness. The more important historical significance and the social impact of Mountain Tai lie in its position as the foremost geographical symbol of the nation. The famous historian, thinker, and literary scholar, the editor of the monumental historical works we call the Shiji, records of the history, Sima Qian of the Western Han Dynasty was well known for his admiration for Mount Tai. In a letter to a friend, he left an immortal saying, people all have one death, either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. The weight of Mountain Tai is not only its unweightable weight, but also related to the commanding heights of morality. This also shows the position of Mount Tai in Chinese culture. And the fame of Mountain Taishan has also given rise to various tangible and intangible cultural heritage and local specialities. One interesting product is the Shi Gandang, might translate as the stone bravely defensible. Made of Mount Taishan stone, the stone tablet engraved with Mountain Tai stone Gandang, about 1 meter size, is placed at the key points of bridges, roads, or built into the walls of houses, which can suppress all evil, and is very popular among the people. In June 2006, it was listed as the first batch of the National Intangible Cultural Heritage in China. It is said that this custom has also spread to Japan, but I'm not sure if this is true. In summary of all above, it follows logically and accordingly. Let us understand the global common evaluation criteria of the World Heritage for Mount Tai. They are the brief synthesis. Mount Tai is the most famous sacred mountain of China, with exceptional historical, cultural, aesthetic, and scientific value. Settled by humans as early as the Neolithic, the mountain has been worshipped continuously throughout the last 3 millennia. It is recognized as meeting all 6 criteria for cultural heritage in the World Heritage Evaluation Standards. The criteria 1, the landscape of Mount Taishan as one of the 5 sacred mountains in traditional China is a unique artistic achievement. It's very sad places this scenic landscape, which has evolved over a period of 2,000 years, among the most grandiose human achievement of that time. Criteria 2, Mount Taishan, the most venerated of mountains in China, exerted for 2,000 years multiple and wide range influence on the development of art. Criteria 3, Mount Taishan bears a unique testimony to the lost civilization of Imperial China, most particularly, etc., etc. I don't have to spend too much time. And criteria 4. And criteria 5, the natural and the cultural ensemble of the Mount Taishan comprises the traditional human settlement in the form of a cult center dating from the Neolithic period, which has become an outstanding example of traditional culture and the impact of irreversible change wrought by increasing visitations and tourism. And the criteria 6 and the 7th criteria applicable, the natural heritage. Criteria 7, originally it's a criteria 3. At that time, the international evaluation of Taishan World Heritage brought us revelation and mutual learning. The Taishan World Heritage System has been developing. The work of more than 30 years ago may now seem incomplete or immature in many ways. This is true either at the international level or for China. Moreover, at the time, we were greatly stimulated and promoted by our Chinese counterparts moving from China, which had just opened its doors to the world and to participate in common affairs within the framework of international ideas and rules. In 1988, the World Heritage Committee sent a supplementary monitoring mission to the first Chinese World Heritage site, including Mount Tai. At that time, the first World Heritage lecture in China was held in the Taishan, but no one of the interpreters were competent to communicate on the spot. No matter how high levels, English level, they could not understand each other professionally. In the final report of the international investigation team, it was written, of all sides visited the mission, this presented the most difficult problem is defining what was the object of conservation on the site. However, looking at the site as it is today, one cannot help wondering what we are actually conserving. International colleagues had asked me, what is your conservation philosophy? I remember that Mr. Liang Sicheng, a master of historic building conservation in China, once proposed restored old as the old. An older friend in Japan, I see him as a mentor, Mr. Nobuo Ito, who passed away several years ago, once told me that in the 6th century, there was an old Japanese motto of repairing things as they break down. I don't know if my translation is correct or not. It's in Japanese, it's 随破修理. But answering these questions systematically is not easy. I do support respect for and confidence in our traditional heritage system. At the same time, I'm greatly appreciate the philosophical vein from the Italian Renaissance to the conservation movement headed by Ruskin and Yuki, and to the Brandeis restoration theory. At that time, I think we were not clear so much about the nature and the significance of World Heritage. In this regard, I'm always grateful to Dr. Henry Clear, then ICOMOS World Heritage Coordinator. The help he gave us was tremendous and enlightening. Take Taishan nomination as an example. At the time, the description text, including the attachments, pictures, a total of 70 pages to 35 said A4 paper, having good things but not making sense of the world. The World Heritage course provides a new reference and impetus to our conservation philosophy. It has also helped to bridge the gap between East and West, allowing us today to jointly and critically discuss common issues in the field of heritage before our eyes. This includes look at the mountain tide today, in addition to a more comprehensive understanding of this large-scale heritage. We can also have a lot of relevant thinking and in-depth discussion on the universal significance of heritage. For example, regarding cultural landscape and cultural heritage, some Chinese colleagues divide the categories of World Heritage into 4 major categories, namely on the basis of the 3 major categories of World Cultural Heritage, Natural Heritage, and Mixed Heritage, adding cultural landscape as a parallel 4th category. This is obviously not in line with the definition of the operational guideline. According to the first paragraph of the World Heritage Convention, cultural landscape belong to cultural heritage. I think that the biggest features of the cultural landscapes and compared to the subcategories of various cultural heritage lies in relying on a specific nature conditions and environment with a considerable regional scope and focusing on the joint creation of humans and nature. Regarding mixed heritage and cultural landscape, some international peers have questioned the distinguishability between mixed heritage and the cultural landscape. Although, according to the current definition of the operational guideline for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, the natural factors in fact heritage themselves constitute the existence of a complete natural heritage, while the natural factors in cultural landscape are only the background and natural conditions it's served by the humans. And they themselves cannot be recognized as an independent natural heritage. However, I indeed feel that there is an ambiguous area between the two. Their common benefit lies in emphasizing the protection of nature and the harmonious relationship between humans and nature. To Tongariro National Park in New Zealand, the first World Heritage Site to be recognized as a cultural landscape, provides a vivid illustration of the nature and the character of cultural landscapes. In view of the existence and special properties of natural bodies, such as spirit stones, holy water, holy trees, sacred mountains, and the natural phenomena, which are mainly located in cultural landscape and are entrusted with human spirit, emotion, belief, or other cultural significance. Some colleagues have put forward the concept of the monuments of nature. There is no doubt that this is a topic that needs and deserves further in-depth study. Either way, a sacred mountain should be a mount of nature, a monument of nature. Regarding serial heritage and the extended nomination in the World Heritage nomination process, in the case of sacred mountain, given their rich content and themes, vast distribution areas, diverse symbolic meanings, and the infinite space involving social life and human creativity, and the forms of creation, etc., they can often become a World Heritage Site individually or as a member of a World Heritage Combination series. However, there is a subtle contradiction between the natural distribution of sacred mountains, this objective existence, and the management system in human protection and the historical changes when nominating a sacred mountain for World Heritage status. Contemporary sacred mountains often face difficulties in coordinating nomination strategies, content, and scope due to the differences in the management of government, functional department, local governments, or institutions, jurisdictions, and the development plan of different industries, adding many artificial difficulties. Whether it is a single heritage, a single group of heritage, or a series of heritage sites with the continuous development, academic understanding of the overall combination or associated combination, and the continuous improvement of the protection and the management system. It often forms the extension of a designated World Heritage Site. The sacred mountain pattern may face such progress. As potential serial World Heritage sites gradually become clear and more mature, many constituent parts have been listed as World Heritage sites individually based on their own conditions in the early stages. This does not prevent them from subsequently joining the developed serial heritage. For example, the compatibility between the independent identity of World Heritage and the membership of the series, and its feasible nomination paths and the choices, such as the Mokok Caves in Dunhuang before the Silk Road, as approved by the World Heritage Committee. Mokok Caves situated at the strategic point along the Silk Road at the crossroad of trade as well as religious, cultural, and intellectual influences. The ancient city of Bahala in Uzbekistan also said the historical center of Bahala, which is situated on the Silk Road, is more than 2,000 years old, Uzbekistan. And the Hundreds War, before the Roman War, the Hundreds War UK inscribed in the 1987 to the transnational property frontier of the Roman Empire, 2005-2008. And the forerunners of the eminent maritime cultural route World Heritage in the ancient maritime thoroughfare, Venice and its lagoon, land of frankincense, omen, Chengdu emporium of the world in Song, Yuan Dynasty, etc. Whether it is a complex heritage or cultural landscape, because they are grouped in a relatively broad area because of objective, logical, geographical units or cultural units or contemporary administrative divisions, etc. They all have the possibility of becoming a series of heritage and therefore the possibility of expanding nomination. This possibility may exist in the relevant heritage itself, or it may go beyond itself and become part of a large cultural or regional thematic set. However, this kind of sublarge series of heritage nomination and protection management is often troubled by the division of labor and coordination difficulties in the contemporary administrative management system. In the same country, it is difficult to realize the objective integrity of heritage because of the thank you. Interleave of a government department or local government with multiple power and responsibility cross-border projects are, of course, even more difficult. Taishan has encountered this problem. First, Taishan is a World Heritage Site declared within the scope of China's scenic area planning, and whether the existing zoning and the content elements of the heritage are sufficient needs to be further discussed. But anyway, it is not so urgent yet. Second, an urgent topic is how to deal with the relationship between Mountain Tai and the 5 sacred mountains in the region of World Heritage. The 5 sacred mountains in Chinese history, which were identified by various dynasties according to the east, west, south, north, and central directions, served as the central nodes of the empire's east. But however, since the first emperor of Qin, Fengshan, the Mount Taishan more than 2,200 years ago, the position of Mount Taishan as the first of the East Mountain and the 5 sacred mountains has never been disputed. After Mount Taishan became the first world cultural and natural mixed heritage site in 2010, under the name of Mount Songshan, the central sacred great mountain of the 5, the city party nominated a group of outstanding ancient buildings at the foot of the Mount Songshan. But Songshan was not included. And finally, the first nomination, however, it has been rejected by ICOMOS. This is Songshan. And finally, they found the way to use the concept as the cosmology, the center of heaven and the earth, linked all the parts of the as a serial nomination. Songshan, the architectural complex had been inscribed on the World Heritage list. And then the others of the 5 sacred mountains. West Creator Mountain, Huashan, it's in the at the end of Ming Dynasty and the beginning of Qing Dynasty. It was identified as the northern sacred mountain, Hengshan, one of the 5 sacred mountains. It's located in the 10-kilometer south of Hunyuan County, Shanxi Province. The southern sacred mountain, Hengshan. In Chinese, all the pronunciation is the same. The Heng and the Heng, this the different character, different meanings. This Hengshan is in the Hunan Province in the south. South Sacred Mountain, Hengshan. And all the 5 sacred mountains, they are belong to history and has accumulated a large amount of cultural and historical heritage. So they have the universality. But they have the different natural conditions, the different evolution of the history, so they have their own characteristics. In the 2008, the technical team completed all the heritage nomination document entitled Mountain Taishan Extension to the 4 Sacred Mountains. However, it is clear that such a nomination strategy and approach would be quite difficult. The quality, characteristics, and the significance judgment criteria of Mountain Tai as a mixed World Heritage Site may not be easily applied to the other 4 sacred mountains as a whole. The 5 sacred mountains should be nominated as a unified group of cultural landscape as another serial nomination. However, the biggest obstacle and the main reason for the eventual suspension of this nomination initiative are not academic differences, but the difficulties in coordination between the contemporary government departments and some narrow considerations. I have always believed that the strengths and the prosperity of the World Heritage System are based on 2 threads. One is the scientific baseline formed by the modern development mainly of European conservation philosophy, which is the moral high ground in the concept of World Heritage. The other one is the platform and the mechanism for international intergovernmental cooperation. Without this platform and the mechanism, even the best course cannot be promoted. However, this baseline is inevitably subject to political influences and considerations from trends and forces that may not be so noble or fair. Similar manifestations and reflections also exist within the individual countries. It is not easy to elaborate on this, but in any case, the initiative to nominate the 5 sacred mountains as World Heritage Sites was eventually shelved and frozen. I find this very regrettable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guo Zhang. Now then, we would like to take Now we'd like to call upon the professor of Kyushu Sangyo University, Mr. Suruga Takashi, to make a comment or question.
My name is Naga from Fukuoka. I work at the Kyushu Industrial University. Congratulations upon this 10th anniversary symposium, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. My specialty is ethnology, with particular emphasis on Japan, Korea, and China, and comparing the sacred mountains. And this Mount Tai, I have visited 3 times for investigation. So I would like to make some comments. And about Mount Tai, well, Shizuoka embraces Mount Fuji, Yamanashi as well. And Taizan is very special because it's a sister mountain of Fuji. 2007, that agreement was signed. Amongst all the sacred mountains around the world, Mount Tai is very close to Mount Fuji. And as I was listening to the presentation, with regard to the preservation and the management, I learned you faced a lot of challenges and then a lot of efforts being paid. And so I'd just like to take this opportunity to pay my deepest respect to all the efforts. So there are some. Well, you talked about the rituals performed by the emperors, and at the foot of the Mount Tai, there is a research center, and together with the researchers there, I did some investment. So apart from the rituals performed, there are 2 different types of worship. One is about the worship of concerning death of people. So the souls of the deceased would ascend to the Mount Tai. So there's an image of death associated with Mount Tai. And because of that, the deity of Mount Tai transformed into the deity to manage the longevity of people, which is very much relevant to the belief in Japan as well. You might have heard about the Inyan belief in Japan, and a well-known figure is Abe no Seimei. And there is no performance featuring that topic. And also there is an old proverb about Mount Tai, and in the Chinese poetry passed on to Japan, and also in Japanese classics, there are some proverbs concerning Mount Tai. And this is not limited to Japan, in Korea as well, South Korea as well. And also, about 2 weeks ago, I actually went to see that the stone tablet to ward off the evil you mentioned about. And in Japanese, it is called Ishiganto, which is seen in Kyushu area in Japan. And also in Kyoto, in Oyamazaki, we also have that stone tablet that is in Chinese, Shi Gian Tang. So there again is a relationship between China and Japan. And also the Sekikagenkun, the goddess, is a female god, also manage the birth of lives. So those who wish to have a boy or girl would come to worship feverishly. So there is a worship around death, and also with the emergence of female deity, there is a belief that all the lives will be managed as well. So that is the Biksa Yuanjun sea. So there are two completely different worlds developed around the same mountain, which is a very interesting aspect that we see similarities between Japan and China, and also Taoism and Confucian, and also there are temples, Buddhist temples exist in China, and there is shamanism exist. So even you are looking at the one mountain, the different beliefs coexist. So going back to the very first presentation yesterday, Dr. Rossler talked about the space, mountain space, and then where the different existences can coexist, which shows the characteristics of nurturing peace. And this trend can be observed within Mount Tai, because there are multiple different beliefs coexist in Mount Tai. But looking at Japan, in Japan, we have like a hot pot of different beliefs. It is Japanese atheism of the Buddhist monks. So at the end of the day, mountain worshipping is all about mixing and coexistence of various beliefs and religions. And I look forward to listening to the remaining discussions as well as the lectures. Thank you very much, Dr. Sunaga. And thank you so very much for Mr. Zhan. Big round of applause. So we were blessed with very interesting and valuable presentations.
Thank you very much for your kind patience. Let us now start our panel discussion. We have an honor to have these speakers from yesterday and from today for this panel discussion. Let me introduce the panelists. The former director, UNESCO World Heritage Center. Now we have Dr. Mathilde Rossler. From Keio University, we have Professor Emeritus Dr. Masataka Suzuki. From Shizuoka Prefecture, Mount Fuji World Heritage Center. Also from the Tokugawa Memorial Foundation, special researcher, we have Dr. Jin Matsushima. From Toyama University, Department of History, we have Dr. Paolo Cozzo. The Vice Chairman and Secretary General of the ICOMOS on China, we have Mr. Guo Zhan. The coordinator is going to be from Tsukuba University, Professor Emeritus, Mr. Nobuko Inaba. So these are the 6 panelists I just wanted to introduce to you. Now I'd like to give the microphone completely over to Inaba-sensei. Thank you for the introduction. We are given 2 hours, a bit long. but maybe a bit less than 2 hours, probably less than 2 hours, because we are somewhat behind in the schedule. So we're quite happy to start this overall discussion. We have Japanese speakers and also English speakers mixed together. So please use this device for translation. Make sure that you will not leave it, you will not lose it, please. Yesterday and today, we actually went through all these important presentations, actually, the sacred mountains and in the world, and also what's the mountains to Japan, the Japanese people. And Professor Suzuki Masataka actually talked about this, and also from Professor Masuda, actually he put emphasis on Mount Fuji, the values of the art for Japanese people and for non-Japanese people, how this has been recognized in the history, and also from the Dr. Paulo Coelho, Rome, of course, and Christianity. Actually, from being a Christianity in sacred places, and actually how the things have been developed and Sacred Mountain and others. Actually, he actually gave us the latest updates, and also we had from Roger Zhan, and of course. He's been engaged in almost in the beginning day for the recommendation as well as the maintenance activities, and actually in this field. And he is going to continue his best efforts going forward as well. So the past aspect as well as the current aspects. I think the points you touched upon are not just limited to China. I think the other countries should be able to find great values out of your presentation. Well, so we have those 5 panelists. Thank you indeed for your the contributions here. This symposium and this 2-day discussions we have had, actually there has been 2 common themes or 2 keywords. The first one is sacredness, quote unquote. The sacredness, shinseisen in Japanese. Another is the mountains. So these are the 2 keywords. So sacredness and the mountains. I like to look at how these 2 things are being connected. And the people in the world, actually in terms of the world heritage or the tradition or the memories, I believe that they are going to be critical keywords, particularly from these perspectives. I'd like to again touch upon the sacredness first. I think it's a very simple, short word, but this sacredness, this short, the word consists of lots of implications. Sacredness, I think, is going to have its impact on the entire world. I believe that every one of us living on this in the world and can think about it. What's the meaning of the sacredness, and for those people who have a deep religious tradition, Japan and China, Korea, and actually we do share actually the ancestries and also the worship and the this sacredness, and I think it has played a very important role actually in this regard, particularly in these 3 countries. And also, if I go to New Zealand, for example, and the Tongariro and other mountains were explained. Well, for them, I think it's very important to have the sacredness and actually looking into the ancestors. It's the home family lineage in terms of the stories, and those stories need to be they recognized, and there are some countries trying to actually look into these aspects in order to actually improve the overall situation. So each regions and each countries and each people seem to have their own the perspectives. But again, what we can learn from these perspectives, again, how we can be benefited now as well as time goes on. I think this is going to be the born core of the panel discussion so far. Okay, I hope you're with me. So I would like to ask you to look into sacredness, world heritage, and also the preserving the heritages. How we should interpret sacredness. Sacredness can be applicable to everywhere, so to speak. Again, on the heritage preservation. Well, the Eurocentric has been used a lot. Everything has been centering around Europe or centering around in the science or centering around in the modern time. But now, we need to widen our views, looking into the whole different, whole different levels and whole different ethnicities and whole different cultures and the people. Well, thinking about heritage, Inoue is aiming for that. And not only, it's not just limited to the world heritages, but also we, again, natural, heritages as well. But anyway, 8 billion of people, again, are standing on different levels. Maybe the sacredness can be one of the important aspects for us to depend upon. Again, the cultural diversity is another the phrase we used to use a lot. Equality and also the exchanges among the different cultures. I think this is going to be a very important keyword to drive these things. I think this is one of the important aspects and actually in the World Heritage. So sacredness and the mountains can be treated as the keywords in terms of the heritage preservation and also to help the people, assist them to design a better future as time goes on. I believe this is one of the important goals behind this the symposium. Well, Yama, or the mountains. Well, we have observed many mountains. For example, mountain itself is going to remind us of things the worked on, developed by the ancestors. And also the mountain can play a very important role to actually build better the nation states. Or the mountains actually can help us to incorporate something new in terms of religion and also the building, creating something new the facilities. The mountain itself can become the object for the worship. Well, maybe Professor Suzuki wouldn't agree to this. Well, the mountain itself may actually, deities may be living in the mountain, so to speak. And also the kind of religious facilities and the buildings actually are being erected and built on mountains. There are many different types. I think this has been our basic assumption. Allow me to move on to the next the slide. So we are now having this the symposium, and I think these are the themes that I'd like to cover, if you're agreeable. I'd like to look into the sacred, the mountains. We like to look into the value from the sacredness coming from the mountains, how this got started, how this is going to be further advancing, how this has been developed, advanced. I'd like to ask each panelist representing your own region, and also I'd like to actually receive the final comments from the Rosala-san. The second point is going to be the World Heritage sites, and from the perspectives of the conservation and the management. Gojan-san was kind enough to make the comprehensive the presentation, including over-tourism. Over-tourism, yes, besides that, there is another slide I learned from his slides. What we are trying to preserve. We are an expert, so to speak, and actually this has been actually a puzzle question we are always asking over the past decades. Well, the preservation means trying to preserve the material used for the facilities, the sacredness, quote unquote. Actually, and there the object is going to be the nature, and trying to interpret things in our brain, inside our mindset, how these things going on inside our brain can be preserved. Professor Suzuki, in your presentation, you made a reference to intangibles, right? Also, memory landscape. That's another keyword. I was really impressed with those words. I believe that these things are going to help us to create something new in the space of the World Heritage. So I'd like to ask the panelists to just go through these points.
Also, different presentations cover the different things, sacredness and the mountains. Well, mountains is an icon of nature that everyone is familiar with. If you think about the future, what would be the future direction? And this is another thing that we would like to discuss. And finally, we would like to receive your message to Mount Fuji. So, at the beginning, of the panel discussion, I have just given you the brief introduction to explain about the aim. So this is the birth and development of mountain sacredness. Historically, how human beings found sacredness in the mountains. So we would like to now turn to Matsushima-san to set the scene for the further discussion on this topic. This is Matsushima from Mount Fuji World Heritage Center in Shizuoka. As I said yesterday, I am art specialist. Art history is my specialty. Rather than Mount Fuji itself, I would like to put some emphasis on a visual image. But this slide is very much text. So in East Asia, when you think about the mountain in art home, we have so-called shansui painting. Or in English, we could probably say it as a landscape painting. However, shansui and landscape painting, are they the same? Perhaps no. Shansui means water and mountains. However, in the Middle Age, in the medieval Europe, in the 17th, in Europe, the landscape was painted, but that same painting in the East Asia would probably different. And also, the mountains represented the universe. So the mountain would be the body of the universe, and the rock would be the bones, water would be the blood vessels, and the plants will be the hair, and also the mist and cloud would be the breeze. So that would be the more East Asian representations. And I think this echoes the presentation by Mr. Zhan. So rather than a pure art form, a mountain was seen as a philosophical representation, as the Mount Peinan and Mr. Kunlun would be the good examples in terms of Taoist, in case of Buddhism, the Shumisen, and also other four the Buddhism mountains are quite well known. So this is the antique images. So this is the ascension of the soul. After someone dies, the soul would ascend to the mountain, ascension of the immortals. So this is yet to reach the stage of the shansui painting, but this was Han Dynasty painting. And this is called Bonshan furnace from High Dynasty area. So mountain and I beg your pardon, trees and earth are the fundamental elements of the universe. And this Bonshan furnace represent that. The furnace would generate smoke. And the smoke makes mountains. And what I would like you to remember is at the very bottom, you could see the gold-plated parts, and there is a mountain-like shape, which are a little bit overhanged, which look like waves, but they are mountains. And also the camel humps look like camel humps and supported by the dragons, but they are mountains. So the Tao is a very important element, and it is very fundamental. And also the Shansui and Tao exist in the same space. So that was already there in late 4th centuries to 5th century. The Shansui painting emerges in Tang Dynasty era. In Japan, Shansui painting is very much black and white, monotonous world. However, this is a painted version. It uses the green and blue. So this is the traditional landscape painting style with some colors. The Tang dynasty was very powerful. So this influenced Nara in 8th century. And also this had some impact on the Silk Road culture. So this traditional landscape painting style of Chinese ancient age emerged, and then that led to the illustrated legends of Prince Shotoku, which features Mount Fuji. This is the first time that Mount Fuji appears in this kind of artwork. That's back in 1069. And this Mount Fuji has 3 peaks, as we know, and at the very top of the summit, you could see the deities. So 3 peaks again look like a camel humps. And this shape reminds us of the Chinese art that I have just shown you earlier, and this one as well. So the Prince Shotoku painting was painted around 1000, and around the same time, this monotonous Shansui painting was reaching towards the completion in China. And this is a very classical painting. The shape of the mountains in this drawing is very much overhung the familiar sacred mountains form. And then the mountains in China in art are mostly in black and white, the monotones, but there are some painted with colors. So this is a very traditional style landscape with some greens and blues, originates from the Tang dynasty. And the Shanxi emperors would conduct the rituals, and this painting depicts the ritual, and it's called Fen Shan. And this kind of traditional landscape painted either sacred objects or historical incidents or events. And this emperor's ritual was sacred, therefore this traditional landscape with blue and green was employed for this painting. And this is the main hall of the Forbidden City, where most important rituals were held. And at the middle here, there is a pathway that is sandwiched by a staircase, and this is the pathway which is very sacred, only allowed for emperors to pass. And then you could see the 5 mountains, sacred mountains, engraved. And this could only be so seen in other countries in East Asia. This is the Chonbokun Palace in Seoul, once again, you could see the 5 sacred mountains depicted with a very classical shape, as I described, the camel humps. And already that monotonous landscape style was fully developed at that time, but deliberately these mountains were drawn in a very classical way. Those 5 sacred mountains are the background of the emperor of the Korea back then. So this is the traditional East Asian image combining sacred mountains and the king of Korea. And this was the wall painting at the Edo Castle, which is already gone. But this is combined with the shogun. So the Mount Fuji was combined with the ruler at the time to just show the divinity of the political power. And this is the modern day picture taken back in 2013. The President Xi Jinping and also State Secretary Kelly of US met. And then 10 years after that, State Secretary Blinken and President Xi Jinping once again meet. And you could see the overhanged mountains are drawn against the background. And also the sacred mountains images are depicted with colors. So the shapes of the sacred mountains have a distinct long-standing tradition in the way they are painted. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You talked about the Shangshui or landscape paintings in China and talked about Japan and the situation in East Asia. Thank you very much. Shangshui is landscape, right? Well, landscape and art? Or is it art or was it a worship? Or rather than art, it was thought, it was religion. So it was a cosmovision, a cosmology. A view of the world in a sense, rather than art. In China, you have the Yellow Mountain, and I think that it became a World Heritage because of the impact that it gave on the world, and that's also depicted in beautiful Shaanxi or landscape drawings. Now, Mr. Suzuki, Dr. Suzuki, you talked about Japan, but Dr. Suzuki's actual main line of research was Sri Lanka. And you also do a lot of research in India. So you're serving many regions of Asia. So if you could talk from that experience and your knowledge to talk about for people in Asia beyond East Asia, what is their thinking about mountains and the sacredness of mountains? Thank you. My name is Suzuki. I would like to talk in 3 segments. First is, as Inaba-san has just mentioned, the situation of sacred mountains in Asia. And I'd like to take up mountains that were not taken up by others and mountains that I conducted my fieldwork in and report to you about the significance of them. And the second point is about the sacredness. How sacredness was developed and deployed through what sort of flow of thought and ideology. And third is about the cultural landscape. And so beyond landscape, I would like to propose a concept that I can call beyond landscape, just as food for discussion. So part 1 has to do with my experience overseas, especially, a living tradition that is mountains, which is still the destination of tourism and mountain climbing. So Sri Lanka, India, China, the Bali, Bhutan, and European mountains. and the images of mountains in Europe. So I'd like to talk about that. So the first topic is, in 1980, I visited Sri Lanka, Slibada, which is 2,138 meters tall, and it's designated as a natural heritage. The name is Cultural Highlands in Sri Lanka, and it was inscribed in 2010. And there's a protected area called Peak Wilderness, and the mountain there is the Pada. The Sri Pada means 3 is sacred. Pada means footprint. That is, it's a sacred footprint. And this mountain goes back to the Havan in about the 6th century. It's written for the first time. The legend is written in a old ancient document in the 6th century. And the footprint, sacred footprint, the name of the mountain, can be interpreted 4 ways through that legend. One is Buddha. The other is Saint Thomas. And the third is Adam. And the fourth is Shiva. Meaning that the 4 large religions, Buddhism, Christianity, and Adam is actually Islam. So Islam and Hindu. These 4 large religions are coexisting in this sacred area. But this collapsed due to a civil war, and it was protected by the king, and also north of Polagrumna is the Kangai area. And that was also protected by the kingdom, and since then has become a place of worship. There are some stairs, and there are some inscriptions, stone inscriptions on those steps, and which goes back a long way in history. And the Sri Pada, in March, during a full moon, you climb it, and all the way from the foot to the summit, you see people, a full line of people. It's a heavy congestion. You can't move. So it's visited by so many people at that time. But the objective is to go through merits. That is, and this mountain is called Sri Pada, and it's called Adam's Peak, which is known to be Adam's footprint. And regarding this name, Marco Polo, even the Buddha, even names it in his their documentation. So it's being known from the medieval ages to Europe. But this mountain has another name. One is Samanara Kanda. Samanara means a butterfly. Kanda means mountain. And to the east of Sri Pada, there was a village, and I stayed at a monastery in that village. And at the end of September, from Sri Pada, you see these flocks of butterflies. They are more like moths rather than butterflies, and they hit against the walls and die in large numbers. And the local people say these are the spirits of the dead, and that's why they call it Samnarakanda. But Sama has another meaning, and this mountain used to be called the habitat of a god named Saman, and this was the place of worship for the local ethnic people called Redda. So it's actually an overlap of various different religions and worships and beliefs. And this mountain became a Buddhist sacred region because in like other areas of Sri Lanka, Mahinda, who was the prince of Mahishka, went to a mountain called Mahintare to the east of the capital, and there, as I showed on the first day, there are some legends of mountain openings. That is, the king was tracking a deer, and he met the Mahinda and incorporated the Buddhist learnings, and then placed many Buddhist temples in the area. So the mountain worship linked with Buddhism and took root in the local community. So that's a typical example. And another one is South India. I entered South India in 1982. And ever since 1985, in Kerala state, I visited Kerala often. And to the south of Kerala, there is a mountain called Savali Nalai. Savali means forest, and Nalai is mountain. And there is a male goddess called Ayappan, and so it's a pilgrimage site. So for 1 month, from November to December every year, people wearing black robes, special black robes, and these are men only, men, will walk the mountain. So they will take 3 or 4 days to and chant this a special song and to climb the mountain. And their objective is darusshan. That is to encounter God. But this is prohibited to women. And recently, some feminists attacked this and apparently snooped into the mountain, and that became a big problem, and so she was sued. And the court ruled that, yes, the mountain can be climbed by women, but of course that was not possible, so that caused a riot, a very big riot and a strike. But thanks to COVID-19, because this is just before COVID-19, COVID-19 stopped the riot. But otherwise, I think Kerala would have been in a big turmoil. So it was a women power that linked with the worship of mountains in this region. And when you talk about Hindu temples, you think about Shiva and Brahma and these Indian deities, but there are many other local Indian deities. And in the case of Kerala, it's Ayappan, and in the case of Tamil Nadu, Murugan. And Murugan, the deity Murugan, all of the temples are on top of mountains. And so the Hindu deities that are more localized are closely linked to mountains. And also India, the most worshipped temple is the Tirupati. The god's name, I think, is probably an ethnic name, a localized name. But Venkarteshwaru, which is an incarnation of Vishnu. And when I went there, I was really surprised because you can't enter the temple right away. You have to walk around the temple several times before you can enter, because there's so many people there, and you'll see if you go there. But it's on top of a huge mountain, and that's why this is the Hindu temple where you can get the most benefits and returns from the gods.
The third is China. It was since 1981, actually, I am engaged in China. In 1983, I had an opportunity to visit this particular province, Zhan. And actually, there is a mountain called the Koro-san, Shan. In other words, actually, there's incense. And you will get to see the very huge structure of that and incense burning. Actually, on June 15th, in the old calendar, they do worship the Kain Busa. That's the worship object. Of course, there is a god living in that mountain. And actually, it is the many young generation and men and women actually climb mountains. Actually, they will fall in love with each other. Yao tribe. Actually, there are three the tribes: Mon, Koshon, and Nu. This is the Nu, the male in the area, and actually there are more the subdivisions. Actually, they are prohibited to get married actually within the same village. So you have to go to the mountain to find your partner, or you have to go to the market, and you have to actually go to the other areas actually by singing, and then you may be able to find your partner. But actually, usually by nature they are not too shy. But again, if something is going to put them together, then they will disappear from that spot. And actually, many young people, men and women, actually go there. Actually, we have Mount Tsukuba in Japan, And this is mentioned in the Fudoki the documentation. Actually, this mountain is known for the encounter between boys and girls. There's another point. Miao tribe, Chentam One Miao. Actually, once every 2 years, actually there's going to have a festival for ancestors. Ancestors are going to be welcomed back, but ancestors are the Futemama butterflies, Meipamiliu in Japanese pronunciation. Actually, this has something to do with the legend how this Miao tribe came into being. Back then, actually, there was a gigantic ancient tree in the space. Ancient gigantic tree, and then the butterfly came to there. Actually, there was a pond. Actually, this butterfly came, fell in love with the things in the pond. Actually, the 12 eggs, boys and girls, and also the cows and many other things were born. So a man and a woman got together, and they actually fell in love with each other, and that was the starting point of the descendants of the tribe. Once every 2 years, actually, they would like to welcome back the butterfly. So they would go to mountain, and the cushion soon in the space actually is going to be taken out, and that was a process into the wooden drum mugu. And if you drum it, actually that is going to revive your ancestors. Then that is also going to be returned back to the mountain. But again, you have to have something else. It's got to be the buffalo. Actually, buffalo per household. So you have to actually contribute a buffalo. I visited this village in 2000, starting from 2:30 through 3 a.m. Almost 15 buffaloes were killed, and actually they stick the buffalo. Actually, they hit in the brain and they killed it instantly. The soul of the buffalo and also the soul of the ancestor actually is going to get together to start climbing back to the space. Non new in their language. The non means eating, and the mu is a drum, and drum is going to change as time went on, becoming the modern traditional instrument. So in several villages, they have the butterflies embroiled, and trying to get an ancestor and spirit. And I still have a long way to go, but again, I've got the message, and they are trying to connect themselves with the ancestors who are already in the space. Again, through the grass or the herbs and around the house. I think maybe this should be this is going to be the last point in the Bali. Since 1918, actually, I keep going to the Bali. Bali Hindu, allow me to talk about the Bali Hindu. Actually, people then always think about the mountains. And wherever you go, that's what you get to see. Actually, the mountains is supposed to be higher, and also the ocean is supposed to be the place where the less noble people are going to live. So actually, the mountain versus the ocean side, the seaside, and somewhere in between, you will get to see the rows of the houses, and there the worship for the ancestors is going to take place. And every year they are going to spend about 10 days. You will get to see those structures if you go to Bali. These are the trees. With these trees, they are going to re-encounter with the ancestors. So it is the mountains and also the ocean. The fifth is Bhutan. In 2019, I climbed. Visited this village on this the mountain as high as more than 3,000 meters. And there is some mountain called Amazono. Amazono means the goddess, Amazono Juncal, to be exact. They have a habit to climb that mountain every year. it's Tibetan, but again, this Amajokal is a local company, and no women are allowed. So women are going to go there to say goodbye. And so the men start climbing there. Actually, they actually, they're supposed to cleanse the things bad, and so actually, things are going to be. If the people dies, actually, those dead bodies will be delivered to the foot side. Then actually, the dead body is going to be chopped into 49 pieces, and that is going to be lowered into the ocean. And if you're going to keep it actually a long time, actually, you are supposed to actually put them first in the salt. Then after that, you're going to actually deliver it out. Well, it's kind of awful as far as we're concerned. But lastly, again, I like to talk about the things related with Europe. I do not feel comfortable with these things. Montserrat, Barcelona, it is so gigantic. It's well known. Actually, in the black, the version. Actually, it's a very well-known pilgrimage place. Actually, I asked a question to the monk there, and this mountain, actually, this is going to be referred to. I'm going to call it the elephant rock, and this is going to be some animal rock. And they said, "Oh, come on!" He denied me flatly. Actually, we have created the things actually for the encounter. Well, if I visit the black the version, actually, I wasn't convinced with what they tried to explain it to me. Actually, Montserrat actually somewhat away from this place. But if you go there, those places, black version, actually, this is quite similar to, some of the locations in Japan. Actually, there's a shepherd, and you follow the shepherd and get inside in the cave, and you will actually encounter with Mary, Virgin Mary. Sorry, time is running out. I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Well, you can come back to these items, landlord sacredness. Well, thank you indeed. I'm sure that the people on the other side would like to keep listening to what Dr. Suki has to say, but I have to actually facilitate the entire the panel or discussion. I hope you would understand this. Well, all in all, actually, people tend to, have the worship and again, religion vis-a-vis the mountains, a bit Christianity and a bit Islam and other religions. Yes, in this regard, yes, I can't agree more. Actually, I have lots of experiences in having the workshops in Asian countries. And of course, again, one of the messages is that I think it's time for you to go much deeper. Again, we need to look into the origin. Gojan.
Gojan, are you listening?
Yeah.
Because of Japanese, China is very much important.
Thank you.
Country. So we touched upon your country.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, please, your turn.
In China, the concept of sacred mountains originates from the ancient humans' cognition and the feeling of nature phenomena, and the natural great power, as well as the process of forming a collective consensus and the beliefs and the worship formed in this process. In different geographical units and natural environments, as well as the formation and the development of human groups, the formation of the concept and the object of sacred mountain can be achieved or shaped or may be limited by various elements, including terrain, landform, vegetation, climate, landscape, or nature conditions and phenomena, as well as the myths and legends. They condense the sacred mountain worship of different regional influences and different social levels, and become the identity and the emotional convergence of the corresponding ethnic groups for generations. For example, many ethnic groups in Yunnan province, China, identify with the sacred mountains in their traditional living areas and the ancient legends about Mount Kunlun. On the basis of the people's belief, the idea of a sacred mountain in religious belief was formed, and the cultivation and the promotion activities supported by each other, such as the famous mountain of Buddhist, the Dongting and the Fuji, blessed the land of Taoism, and the Kailash in Tibet. It's a very famous one. In Chinese history, for more than 2,000 years, the centralized imperial system has always regarded religion and the sacred mountain worship as the theoretical basis and the tools to rule the people's idea and thoughts, and elevated sacred mountains to the status of national symbols, such as the 5 sacred mountains. Under these conditions, sacred mountains, because of their beauty, speciality, their beauty, and the different characteristics, attract and gather the essence of national culture, thus accumulating extremely rich cultural masterpieces within the scope of sacred mountains, becoming a cultural holy land and the cultural resources today, and undoubtedly become a tourist resort. Sacred Mountain has a realistic function of remembering, appreciating nostalgia, and communicating, etc., with the local society and the people from outside. Protecting and sustainable inheritance of sacred mountains has become the common passion and the pursuit of the whole society. This is the trace of the development of the sacred mountain system in China. In a final analysis, the status and the significance of sacred mountains lie in the nature, phenomena, and the historical culture it contains. What is culture? Anthropologists define the culture for more than 100 reasons. A scholar had used vivid poetic elaboration as culture is the fragrance of the earth, the myths we live on, and the legends that sustain us. The ballads that we sing, the multi-layered idiom of our poetical tradition, all our concepts of heaven and hell. So I think this feeling may resonate with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 years ago, I visited the Beijing, and I joined the discussion how to expand the Forbidden City. At that time, I was surprised. I'm very much interested in 2 places. One is a place for agricultural god. The other one is in a place, sacred spot, for in the land god or land god. So that means it's very much in China. There was probably it's part of Taoism, but it was in ancestral worship and also nature's worship, land, agriculture, and heaven. Those are very much amalgamated inside of imperial systems. That was I was watching that, and I was impressed that the similarities to Japan, and Japan is also, Buddhism is combined, but based on that, we have different things and behind it. Thank you very much. That is in my impression in China, and that's it. So, Paolo, moving from Asia to only one European, you are here. Yes.
So you talk about these sacred mounts in the Christian tradition. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. In our symposium, we have seen that more than other places, the mountain possesses the extraordinary power to evoke the sacredness. In fact, in many religions, mountain is a privileged site of hierophanies, a prodigious manifestation of deity, a bridge toward the transcendent, the natural junction point between earth and sky, between human and divine. In classical mythology, for example, Mount Olympus, the highest mountain of Greece, was considered sacred because it was deemed the home of the gods. This privileged status attributed to the mountain as the favorite seat of divinity has made it a central element of many religions, from ancient to more recent, from polytheistic to monotheistic. In the Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the link between mountains, divinity, and sacredness is essential, as shown by the role that mountains and hike play in the Bible, the sacred book for Jews and Christians. Mount Ararat in Armenia is the place where, according to the book of Genesis, Noah's Ark remained after the universal flood. Mount Sinai, according to the book of Exodus, is the place where Moses was called by God and later received the tablets of the law, the Decalogue. Mount Zion is where Abraham went to sacrifice his son Isaac, later experiencing the Father God who loves life and saves from death. On Mount Carmel dwelt Elijah the prophet. Continuing the reading of the Old Testament, we can cross Mount Hermon, Mount Jalbo, and Mount Gabaon, but we can find the same fundamental presence of the mountains in the New Testament. Mount Tabor is the place where took place, according to the Gospel, Jesus' transfiguration. At the foot of the Mount Olives in Gethsemane, still according to the Gospel, Jesus withdrew before his passion. On Mount Calvary, where was located, according to Jewish tradition, the tomb of the first man, Adam, Jesus was crucified and died. Many of these heights were close to Jerusalem, the holy city in Monte Posita, placed in the mountain, as St. Augustine reminded, highlighting by that a trait that would become characteristic in both Eastern and Western Christianity. Like Jerusalem, which stood on 7 hills, Rome, the capital of the Roman Empire and later the seat of the Catholic Church, also stood on 7 hills. Thus, the sacredness associated with the hallowed ground can be found in the 2 holy cities of the Christian world. The first one, the Golgotha, where Jesus died. The other one, the Vatican, where Peter, Jesus' beloved apostle, the one to whom Jesus entrusts the keys of the heaven and on whom he builds his church, died. It is not surprising, then, that in the Catholic tradition, the mountain has always exerted a strong symbolic ascendancy, becoming a privileged place for the building of churches and shrines, often made to commemorate prodigies or miracles, such as the apparitions of the saints of the Virgin Mary, which had often occurred precisely in the mountains. The Alpine Arc, where the Sacred Mountains, Sacri Monti phenomenon is also developed, is characterized by the presence of many sanctuaries that have contributed to sacralizing that part of Europe which, historically, has represented a frontier, but also a hinge that is a connecting element between the Catholic and the Protestant world. But upon a closer inspection, the presence of Christian sanctuaries placed on mountain is not a phenomenon limited to the Alpine or European context. This confirms that the aspiration to locate the relationship between man and God in a high place, which has found a magnificent expression in the experience of the Italian Sacri Monti, is in fact a common and identifying trait of Christianity in every place and in every time.
Thank you very much. The Christianity is a very powerful religion. So it was in the cast the whole system in Europe. So that means the Christianity is on top of everything in mountain worships. So that is a characteristics. Maybe he has different opinions. And also, but it was in the Suzuki Sensei told that, it was in the, you had some kind of the different, something different you thought about is the Christianity and the Asian mountains. But anyway, we'll go past that discussions in the future. Finally, you looked all over the world as the director of the World Heritage Center. You know well about the differences. Also, you were in Bonn, Germany, so that means you know the differences between Asia and Europe. So it's free for you.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a couple of comments. One is a direct reaction to some points Professor Suzuki made. And one is what occurred several times, that a number of mountains are closed to women. So that was an issue I had to deal with at UNESCO, as you can imagine, because even when our Mount Athos was inscribed on the World Heritage List, the question came up, how is it possible that a site can be on the World Heritage List which is closed off to half of humanity? So the committee actually had a debate about that, and we at UNESCO, also when I was at the time deputy director, I was challenged quite often. When I was the head of Europe for more than 10 years, I was personally in charge of Mount Athos, and I remember some of the anecdotes in the committee when the president of ICOMOS said, "Oh, we are going on mission to Mount Athos." I was sitting on the podium with Professor Petzet, and I saw in the back of the room, I saw a movement, because he said, "Oh, Dr. Ressler and myself, we are going to Mount Athos." And I saw a movement in the back of the room, the Greek delegation rushing to the podium saying, "No, no, no, Dr. Ressler cannot go." But Professor Petzet said, "But I discussed it with the monks, and they said Dr. Ressler can come, but they thought it was a man." So I was not a man. I had to send a colleague of mine to Mount Athos. I have been many times to Greece, of course, and the minister one day said, "Oh, Mrs. Ressler, I'm so sorry that you cannot go to Mount Athos, but we can go around the mountain by boat." And even the Minister for Culture, Melina Mercouri, she was not allowed to go to Mount Athos. Now, so we were challenged many times. We got many letters by women around the world about this issue, and not only this issue. So I was forced to write about it. So Professor Suzuki, I'm happy to share this with you. It's a book we produced at UNESCO, which is called Gender and Cultural Diversity. I think it was in 2013. And I looked at the question of access to World Heritage Sites. Later on, we published also a special issue of the World Heritage Review on the question of gender and World Heritage. And actually, if you think about it, every single World Heritage site is gendered. If you enter an Orthodox church, women go to one side, men to other sides. Every city is gendered because men and women use spaces differently. So if you look at that, and this year I was teaching in Canada, and the students are getting very hooked on that subject. So I hope in the future we will get more studies on it. there are many sites which are also close to men. We have heard about some of them today with our friends from New Zealand. It's lesser known because women keep their sites more secret. It's also an interesting question if you look at that. Now, of course, you are between different approaches because you need to respect the traditions. It's actually because of these traditions that those sites were nominated, because of the history of Mount Athos, and it's a monk's republic, so to say. This site became a World Heritage Site, so changing this would be very difficult, but I have a personal belief that maybe not very much known, but I believe that maybe in my lifetime there will be 1 or 2 monasteries which will be opened. But we will see, because it's not a decision of the World Heritage Committee, it's not a decision of us here, it's a decision by the people and their traditions. And I always find it important that we listen to these traditions and that we learn from these traditions and that we not only look from one side, but you can imagine that this is a big topic, especially if a site gets on the World Heritage List. And I remember when Edwin Birnbaum and myself, we went to Koyasan, he made also a big statement that his wife could not enter one of the mountains here in Japan. Now, I wanted also to make a general comment on the question you have brought forward, which is the development of mountain sacredness. And I think that mountain sacredness existed since the eve of time, or let's say since the beginning of human evolution, because people always venerated mountains or mountain tops for various reasons. And it's not the same across the world, but we have similar traditions from one region, from one continent to the other, including that's the seat of gods, or it's the ancestors, or it's the source of life, the Pachamama, the water coming down in the Andes to water the land, and it's the source of life. So in the end, it's a universal feature of humanity with variations in the different systems and different regions. And over time, more awareness was raised about this universal relationship between people and nature. And there are, of course, unique relationships in each of the cases. So Mount Fuji is maybe similar to Mount Taishan, but it's also, there are quite some differences. And this is also the essence of each of the World Heritage Inscription, because the committee, or us as experts, we have to define the outstanding universal value. And the essence of it is universality and uniqueness. It's representative and a universal relationship to nature. And it's a little bit difficult to understand, but concerning the sacredness of mountains, there is a very specific issue because you don't see it. So it's the point you raised, Nobuku, about the invisible. And the invisible makes it then difficult to document, because for World Heritage listing, you need to have the documentation. And we came about in '93 with Tumu Tehu and others with Tongariro National Park to the point that Tumu was singing a song and convinced us that this is really a very special place, Tongariro National Park. And so it's also the rituals, the traditions, the songs, the poems, what we heard today from our colleagues from New Zealand. So it's the intangible which is related to the tangible. And the proofs, you need to bring the proofs. You cannot say, oh, this is a sacred mountain, but I cannot explain. For if you want to share it with the world. So that's, you can keep it sacred and you can keep it secret within the community. But when you want to share with the world, you have to bring this, this explanation, which means you bring also an understanding of the site to the other. And what is even the most important, it's the transmission to the future. The transmission within your community to the future generations, but World Heritage was created because we wanted to transmit those exceptional sites to other generations and to share with the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the summary. And also very interesting talk about in women and women's issues. When you wrote that book, we sent you in a translation of Suzuki's the articles about the worship and women's relationships to send you. If you are interested in, please look at it. Please to find it. Okay, so let's go to the next theme. World Heritage Sites from the perspectives of conservation and management. At the end, we'll go back to the inner landscape things by.
As Professor Suzuki actually mentioned, this landscape will be dealt as the last moment. Again, here now I'd like to ask you to share your thoughts in terms of management. I'd like to have Paolo first.
You prepared management issues about Sacramonti,
Yes.
Piemonte and Lombardy. Please go.
I must promise that I am a scholar of, of the Sacramonti. I represent the University of Turin in the scientific committee of the documentation center, and therefore I don't have direct responsibility in the management of the UNESCO site. In the rule over here, in the past years, I have had many occasions of confrontation with the authorities and the structures in charge of the protection, promotion, and enhancement of the UNESCO site. Maintaining an intrinsic sacredness linked to its original function as a pilgrimage destination, Sacramonti constitute an integrated complex of art, architecture, nature, and landscape, to which other components are often added. In this sense, Sacramonti are destination for devotion, but also destination of cultural tourism, spaces for study and research, place of enjoyment and protection of the landscape and the environment. All these multiple characteristics were taken into consideration by UNESCO when it inscribed Sacramonti on its list of World Heritage Sites. The prestigious recognitions obtained in 2003 rised up with clear consciousness the great responsibility that managing bodies have to respect those places in terms of protection, conservation, and promotion. This consciousness has also been gradually acquired by the different territories in which Sacramonti arise, and by the different institutions, municipalities, mountain communities, provinces, regions, state, with different components in management of these serial sites. From the regulatory point of view, the Piedmont region in 2005 prepared a unitary management plan shared by public administration and religious institutions, aiming to the consistent achievement of the objective of promotion, protection, conservation, enhancement, and socio-economic, cultural, and tourism promotion. Among the regulations included in the plan, there are some of those that prohibit or strongly limit the edification in the areas involved in the UNESCO recognition of infrastructure that could have a negative impact on the delicate balance created over the centuries between human work and the environmental context. This limitation, adopted with an explicit purpose of safeguarding the artistic and natural heritage, can sometimes be viewed with discomfort by those living in these areas as constraints on economic development and thus be interpreted negatively. Therefore, an opportune effort has been made on the part of agencies and institutions to raise consciousness among local population, not only of the need to preserve a heritage of exceptional complexity and value, but also of the concrete repercussions, including economic and work-related, associated with the protection of areas endowed with such a high potentials in terms of tourism enjoyment. In fact, it is estimated that before the pandemics, the influx of visitors could be around 400,000 per year. The Unified Management Plan provides for constant maintenance, cleaning, restoration, and preservation of the historical, architectural, and historical artistic heritage, vegetation upgrading, lighting of chapels, paths and structure, security and video surveillance of sites, integration with accommodation and hospitality facilities, improvement of accessibility, especially for the disabled, enhancement of communication, information, and orientation tools, tourism promotion, involvement of local governments, schools, religious communities, training of staff involved in management and promotion of the sites. Special attention was paid to the creation of the Documentation Center of European Sacred Mounts, Calvaries, and Devotional Complexes. Recognized as the site management structure, the centers are committed itself to enhancing the entire system of sacred mounts, both through the organization of cultural events and the creation and dissemination of a common image of the UNESCO site. The center has become a point of reference also at the international level with the promotion of numerous studies and research, the publication of books and journals, the organization of conference, exhibition, and events. Among the many activities promoted by the center is the initiative of a vast census aimed at establishing a database with the mapping of 1812 European devotional complexes located in 20 nations. Only in Italy, these sites are 4,000.
Thank you very much. I'm very much interested in your center, how to connect mountains or sacred places in Europe and to study about those things. Thank you. So go.
Yeah, thank you.
What would be the management issue in China?
From the perspective of World Heritage, heritage is divided into cultural heritage and natural heritage, the tangible and the intangible cultural heritage, as well as the immovable and the movable heritage. For immovable heritage in the World Heritage context, I prefer to have two meanings. One is that it is difficult to simply move without mechanical means. The other meaning is perhaps more important, but often ignored. That is, it is not appropriate to separate it from its original historical environment. And once it is forcibly moved, its historical significance and feeling will be weakened or even lost. The cultural heritage in the World Heritage Convention is mainly focused on the immovable material cultural heritage. However, it is inevitable that the real tangible heritage and the intangible heritage, immovable heritage and the movable heritage, and even cultural heritage and the natural heritage, there is an inseparable relationship between them. As to former Director General of the Tokyo National Research Institute of Cultural Properties, Nobuito has written, intangible culture is the mother of all cultures. In fact, the 10 criteria for judging world heritage are themselves intangible, a set of cultural, spiritual, and rational human cognition. Many of my peers translate criteria into the Chinese as value, but I prefer to understand them as 10 aspects of significance. A great takeaway from my participation in this symposium is the concerns and the insights of my colleagues on the integration of awareness and protection of various heritage. On the other hand, as the heritage of sacred mountains, in addition to their unique cultural attributes and the landscape characteristics, there are then broad territory and natural integrity, which is an objective existence. However, in the face of the artificial contemporary realities, such as the division of national boundaries, the division of local governments, and the conflict of interest, the protection needs based on objective integrity are often in a difficult situation, that it is difficult to realize the ideal. This may be a common challenge for multinational projects as well as domestic, cross-regional or cross-industry management projects. It is up to challenges in the heritage industry to promote positive transformation. But it's a complex issue. I do not want to talk very in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last point, what you talked about in Japanese, we call tatewari. It's a division between sections and those things. So because mountain has very huge areas should be covered, and the different sections should be involved in development, tourism, and others. So that was one big issue for the heritage conservation. It's how integrated.
Now, finally, actually, I was going to ask you, Matsushima-san, about the conservation of Mount Fuji, and
there are 3 questions from audience about Mount Fuji, and including other issues. So that means I'd like to move to the questions. Then after the question, we'd like to move to the last discussion. That discussion means future of the heritage, which means I would like to start Suzuki-san's points of discussion, but before that, questions. One question is to you. You talked about all over the world, the mountains, different sacred mountains. Some of them, people just look, and some of them, people ascend, move. So Fujisan's characteristics is walk up. Is it very special to Fujisan? How about others? Of course, I'm hearing Asian mountains to walk up, to climb up. How about in other regions, in other countries? Mountains are just to look at or to walk?
That depends on the mountain, because you have mountains where you climb up. I mean, I gave the example of Mont Saint-Michel, for example. You go to the top, you go into the monastery. Other mountains, we heard the examples of Tongariro or Uluru. In the case of Uluru, the Aborigines don't want you to climb. And that was a major change when the site was included as a cultural landscape, because they explained to you in a newly created cultural center that they don't want you to climb. And one of the reasons is a similar one to Tongariro that we heard this morning, because it's so hot and people die on the mountain, and that is a very bad situation when people die. So as I said, it depends on the mountain, but many mountains are climbed up by people as a part of the ritual. For some mountains, they prefer that you go around. And I think what our Chinese colleague mentioned about Kailash is also to go around. Uluru is to go around. And in many other situations, you better go around than to climb. That is a part also, to come back to the management strategies, this needs to be included. And in the management plan, you need to then develop a joint vision of how you would like to see that with the local communities. And then you need to inform the visitors about it. There are certain traditions of pilgrimages to the top, and there are other traditions where you would go around the mountains. So it really depends on the case. But as a tourist, if I can also recommend to you as a tourist, you better inform yourself with the local communities and with the local people and respect their traditions and their wish that you shouldn't climb.
Mount Fuji is ascent to climb up itself religious activities. That is one of type of those things. Thank you very much. Next question is in the management of visitor numbers. So Mount Fuji has an issue of visitor management, number controls. Of course, Taishan, you talked about the difficulties, how to control the mountain, the visitor numbers. And Sacramonte, maybe they are more behaved Christians. I don't know, maybe not. It's a difference. So someone can answer, what is a good way to manage the visitor numbers? Maybe you.
Again, me? No, the issue of tourism and over-tourism is a big issue for sacred mountains, because you cannot manage it as like any other sites where you limit the visitor numbers. If you go, for example, to Dubrovnik, they have a camera at the entrance and they count the visitors. When I had dinner once with the minister, she said, oh, Mechtel, still 801 visitors in the city. So you cannot do it like this. You need to respect also if the mountain is closed for rituals. So this is the case, for example, at Uluru, it can be closed. We heard for Tongariro, it can be also closed for certain rituals. So the visitor management needs to be done differently. And you need to respect, you have international visitors, national visitors, but you have also visitors who come on pilgrimages. And that can be a real clash, and you need to develop strategies with the local communities, because the local communities, they also want to benefit from the economic value from the visitors, of course, and we understand. But there may be religious communities and other communities, they may not wish to have such big visitor numbers. And in that case, you need to diversify tourists to other parts, let's say to an interpretation center or to a cultural center where they learn about other forms of experiencing the mountain. But I can only give you now general answers to that question. each case is individual. You have different visitor numbers for Mount Emai. I don't know the exact numbers for Mount Fuji, so it's you can also come to a real limit where you have to cut off, or maybe at certain dates, cut off the visitors.
Thank you very much. At the Mount Fuji, this year we'll start to re-examine the settings for the visitor numbers and how to control them. So in 2 years, we'll come up to the answer. After 10 years, we set up our policy at 10 years ago. Now we are revisiting that is what should be the next 10 years or so. The last question is you and me again. I'm sorry here. About Mount Fuji, there is a plan of railway. As I talked to you with you before. It was from the very much lower part, the station part. There's a station, railway station from the Tokyo or anywhere to coming to one station. Then after that, now it's people change to the bus and going to the 5th station. That road to be replaced to the inner railway. So what do you think about it, is in general about railways?
Oh, it's not an easy question, because any new infrastructure, you need to look very, very carefully what the impacts are, because there could be impacts through more tourists coming at certain times. If you look at, for example, Machu Picchu, because of the railway, you have a time frame, so they come from Cusco by rail to Acra Calientes, and they all come at the same time, and the train arrives at 11 o'clock, and they all go back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's not only a site which is highly visited, it's a site which is highly visited in a very, very specific time frame. So if you create such infrastructure, you need to very much look at the impact at those specific sites and whether you can manage it. And the second point is any infrastructure means also construction. And you need to look at the impacts in terms of the integrity, the overall integrity, especially at Mount Fuji, because it's such a beautiful site and should have been under criterion 7, but that's my personal comment. It's a very beautiful site. Thank you.
Well, the criteria 7 is about the natural beauty, which has long been pointed out, and I am aware of that. Another issue, well, this is the question I received as a member of the academic panel. When I'm actually chairing the subcommittee to think about this mountain railway. So in that, based on that experience, we put together all the details about our thinking of the railway, mountain railway. And today I do not have enough time to share everything with you. So if you are interested, please come and visit me after the symposium so that I could shed light as to where you should go to find out all the details about our thoughts on the mountain
Then final
railway.
discussion point. We have how many minutes? Only 26 minutes. Please cooperate for the management of time. So the final discussion point is the sacred mountain here there. Sacred mountain as a flagship of heritage protection.
Now, Dr. Suzuki was talking about the landscape, and when you say flagship, it's about the cultural landscape and natural beauty. Those are the two elements, two factors that we need to consider when we discuss the flagship. So in terms of the sacred landscape, how should we view that, Dr. Suzuki? So the concept of the sacred mountain is very useful, and there should be more comparison study. However, the Christian thinking based concept is implicitly existing And UNESCO's aim is to preserve the diversity. So underlying Christian thinking may inhibit that. And also, those letters may have some power. And the sacred is a modern concept which emerged in the early 20th century with the strong influence of the Christianity. And Yuri Kim has the biggest impact. In 1912, he published the book, and then the author's the argument is also, His argument are also very much relevant. Therefore, Otto is a Protestant theologist. So sacred and secular or profane are sort of depicted as a totally disconnected dichotomy, which is unacceptable from a Japanese point of view.
But I believe that that exists as a habitus. That's part of daily life. So the discussion of that dichotomy, if that's reflected on sacred mountains, will defer or prevent research, because everything will be absorbed into the Western Christian-based thinking, I think. There's a big risk there. And also, the concept of sacred mountains and the cultural landscapes cannot be separated. What's important is that sacred mountains are physically very similar, because in shape they're similar, but they're totally different in content. So how to identify those differences is the key. It's not similarity. You have to look at the differences. You have to identify differences. And the monolithic. So we should stop the monolithic discussion about the cultural landscape, but build a new landscape, cultural landscape theory that goes beyond that. And yesterday I said that we should have physical landscapes, but secondly, I touched on this, tactive landscape. That is, by walking these landscapes, I think you have to experience and walk the landscape. You learn something about the landscape from walking there physically, and this comes from Shugendo, because ascetic monks don't climb just one mountain. They do ascetic practice in Mount Fuji, but they go from one ridge to another, one cliff to another. So they walk many mountains, and to loyally walk the ridges, and if possible, do that barefoot, because you can feel the power of the land or the mountains through your bare feet. And there you can obtain spiritual power. So touchable culture, should I say, touchable or tactual? I think culture or factor should be included. And also another element that's I think you should also talk about invisible landscape, because landscapes are not only visible, that feeling or that something is imbued in that physical property. I think that's very much deeply rooted in spiritual worship. And entering in or dwelling in is the word I used yesterday. That is, something dwells in that mountain that's invisible, that goes beyond human understanding. And so this is not physical, but it's invisible landscape. Also, memorial landscape, I think, is very important. Memorial meaning that each ethnic group or individual or group will have different values. And by making that visible, that can lead to the value of cherishing diversity. And of course, we haven't done much discussion on this point yet, so I would like the others to also discuss these points as well. And if I may take much longer to explain this, it takes much longer to really explain it in full. Yes, I understand that. Thank you. Now, Suzuki-san talked about invisible, intangible, or memory. I think is the third associative landscape, the third factor of cultural landscape, associative landscapes. That is, by promoting sacred mountains as a very important flagship, cultural landscapes must be promoted. But at that time, the concept of associative landscapes should be more discussed and classified in detail, so as to identify the more detailed, granular characteristics of each site. So is that the correct understanding? Yes.
From now on, it's a free discussion. I would like to hear your opinions to this Professor Suzuki's points of discussion, suggestion, or for the future. So it is related to the associative, what is associative means, and also what is natural beauty means. That is criterion 7. So who will be able to talk? Again, I have to go to Mechthild. Thank you.
I think we have gone a long way because nowadays sacred mountains are really, as you say, it's a flagship of heritage protection, and that was not always the case. It was not something which was in the foreground in the 1970s or 80s, and the inscriptions which have come over the last 20 years promoted more and more the links between natural and cultural heritage. And so this new paradigm also led to new practices. And I think the new practices is very important, such as the practice of co-management between local communities and national authorities, between indigenous peoples and, as in the case of Tongariro, the national park authorities. So I think that means also that we can look at the traditions, the rituals, the pilgrimage coexist with emerging and in some cases over-tourism, which is very, very difficult to manage. But I promised you, I show you one article. I opened the newspaper in Germany in this year, and there was a whole article, Top of Sacredness, and it brings forward all the mountains we have been talking about, including Mount Fuji. So it is, I should say, it's now become mainstream, which was not the case 20 years ago.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Dr. Suzuki, this was published in Germany, Europe. So if you can read this, perhaps you can see what is the theme for sacred mountains and what it is that Europeans are trying to identify in sacred mountains. But through cultural landscapes and sacredness, I believe that World Heritage have given an impact on Europe as well. And I think that is one of the benefits or outcomes of the activities of UNESCO.
Go and Paolo, do you want to add something? Or Go talks about is in mixed heritage and cultural landscapes, the differences. Do you have some idea, or if it's not? No? Okay. I talk. Okay.
The World Heritage System is common.
My microphone is.
Your microphone, please.
The World Heritage System is a common achievement based on the integration of cultures of all countries in the world, not just a collection of experience, lessons, ideas, and experiments dominated by a certain culture. The Sacred Mountain integrates the attributes and the characteristics of all of the types of heritage. So the interpretation and the protection of the Sacred Mountain has a more comprehensive demonstration and inspiration worthy of high attention. Of course, Sacred Mountains will also face more comprehensive challenges in conservation and management. In addition to the dynamic development of the World Heritage Convention as well as its operational guidelines, some more UNESCO documents such as the 2003 Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage and the 2005 Convention on Cultural Diversity, and some ICOMOS document like the charters, the CN Declaration for Setting, and the Quebec Declaration of the Spirit of Place are important references. But the further success of the Sacred Mountain Heritage system depends fundamentally on the people and the communities who guard it, and on practice guided by the right philosophy and the principles. That's my point. Thank you.
In short, the Sacramonti are heritage sites often built in remote location and in close contact with nature. They present challenging conservation problems related to the extreme and variable environmental conditions which they are exposed to. In the Sacramonti, the different typologies of buildings represent the more diffuse heritage of historic towns and villages, like churches, votive chapels, houses, open space, pathways, and historic gardens. But it should not be forgotten that these are, first and foremost, place of faith and devotion. Devotion that in the past was expressed by looking but also touching the sacred images, especially in the statue, which could also be temporarily removed from its natural place and carried in the procession. Obviously, this form of fruition today is not compatible with the needs of protection, but nevertheless, it must be remembered. Otherwise, a fundamental element that tells the identity of this place is lost. In this way, conservation and protection can be combined with sustainable development and enhancement that respect the roots and the identity of these sacred mountains, but also the identity of the lands and the peoples where they were born and rooted.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Time is running out. Well, I am feeling a strong pressure. Well, actually, yesterday and today, and also we are having this panel discussion. Actually, this keyword, sacred mountain, sacredness, I think we are the kind of the experts, international experts in this World Heritage. Of course, we still have a long way to go in terms of addressing and fixing those issues and questions. And what should be the right direction for us to follow? I think that was more or less I was trying to get your attention to. Well, we have 12 minutes to go. Messages to Mount Fuji, Fujisan. This is going to be the last opportunity for each one of you to share your messages. We have actually the online participants, and because we are actually broadcasting this through the YouTube. Matsushima-san, well, you are deeply involved, so I think you should give your message as the last person. So maybe I should start with you, or Mr. Go, or who would you like to break the?
My word should be that may those who live and guard Mount Fuji enjoy its sanctity and solemnity and peace forever, and continue to provide the world with a model of harmony, also the harmony between man and nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a power.
First message, I want to express my gratitude for those who organized this symposium, for those who invited me, and for those who allowed me come to on behalf of the Sacramonti. It was for me an extraordinary opportunity. And the more important message, we have been the possibility to see how the sacred mounts in the different religious tradition all over the world, from Europe to Asia, from America to Oceania, have been considered by peoples as an element of conjunction between earth and sky, but also a symbol of harmony and peace. Regardless the differences between religions, regardless any personal religious conviction, I believe that this invitation to think on the value of the harmony and peace that flows from the sacred mounts today, in a time still marked by too many wars and too many violence, for example, in my Europe, can be shared by everyone and all over the world. And even through this simple reflection, we can perhaps help to enhance and approach to the general public the extraordinary heritage protected by UNESCO.
Thank you very much.
Well, Kotsun, I think you are coming to Japan for the first time. In other words, I think you are visiting Mount Fuji for the first time. Where is Mount Fuji? But with the fine weather, I think you can get to see the clean, beautiful Mount Fuji without cloud. Well, some cloud, but again, I'm so happy having this fine weather. You should build a really good bridge between Asia and Europe, please.
Next, probably I go to Suzuki-sensei.
Well, Fujisan, Mount Fuji definitely is attractive in a nutshell, but actually something invisible in that expression is quite important and dear to me. Again, of course, religion and also art are quite important, and also representation, as been talked about UNESCO, is going to be quite important as one of the important concepts. That's what I like to do, and also the modern thing. Again, Mr. Fuji can be changing in a very subtle way. Again, based upon this, the modern things. Mount Fuji is not exception. Of course, we have Fuji something, and actually back in the 80s, actually, out of the nationalism, actually, we started, addressing and talking about this idea. And also, Mount Fuji on the face of the money bills. So actually, all these different Mount Fuji actually being printed are kind of deeply embedded in our tradition. But our actually the tradition can be changed. But also we need to maintain what I call the living tradition, representation, imaginary power. I think should help each other while going through the process of change. That's the expectation I have on the Mount Fuji. It is not just an object as far as concerned. It's something living. We can keep having dialogues with them. In other words, with the Mount Fuji, I think actually really good circulation inside the body is taking place. The tradition with the transformation, but again, you said that the living tradition should not change. Well, actually, in terms of the heritage and preservation, actually, we have to address this issue: change. Of course, in the value, each person actually has he or she has its own value and concept, and that value may change, and that should be incorporated into whatever we are supposed to do. Please.
I have 2 points. One is peace, dialogue, and understanding through the preservation of sacred mountains, such as the iconic Mount Fuji. So you can encourage that using the image of Mount Fuji and the site of Mount Fuji to give this message to the world. And then living with each other and with nature in harmony through joint actions towards conservation of Mount Fuji and all sacred mountains and sacred places around the world. So the second point is more conservation action, and that's something we need to do jointly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, how many, I'm sorry, we have 6 minutes.
Last but not least, Matsushima-san, please. Well, thank you indeed. I'm so impressed with the really hot message. And also now I'd like to thank the people on the other side. If I may, I'd like to say the following. Well, actually, in the Mount Fuji, in terms of what I call image, I'm thinking about it for a long, long time. And going back to Dr. Suzuki's point, again, it's rather complex. Well, Fujisan, of course, we have a tendency to actually, praise, talk really good things about Mount Fuji. And that is a kind of the illustration. Again, we are actually having that kind of universal value. Mount Fuji, everything is being good. I think that was back in 1940s. But actually, 1 year prior to that, actually, the Fugaku Hyakken actually, is the one point in question here. Actually, from my home, actually, I can get to see Mount Fuji, beautiful Mount Fuji from the veranda. And during the winter time, I think 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock with the sun setting, actually Mount Fuji actually is becoming pinky, quote unquote, orange, and I'm so impressed with that change. Well, that said, the actual culture, the history, vis-a-vis Mount Fuji, I do hope that you make a little more effort to learn those things. Mount Fuji from the viewpoints of cultural asset. I think each individual person should be able to have his or her own perception vis-a-vis Mount Fuji. That's all from me. Fujisan is a cultural asset, heritage. How do you feel about it? Well, the Mount Fuji is a natural the mountain, but also Mount Fuji has a value in terms of the cultural asset. Actually, we're looking at both the cultural asset as well as the natural asset, and somewhere in between. And so this is a question we have to further look into, without being too much obsessed with whatever it is, the cultural and non-cultural. I think we have to start making new efforts in this regard. Well, thank you. Mount Fuji, Fujisan, is one of the circuit mountains, as we are discussing, and I do hope that Mount Fuji is there right in the center. Well, I do hope that the Mount Fuji can actually help us and actually encouraging this kind of dialogues in terms of academic efforts as well as non-academic, and the preservation, and can become a lot stronger. World Heritage, and also study activities and into the mountain religion and others. I do hope that there will be more active discussions. Actually, for that, maybe the Mount Fuji World Center can become the important hub there. So, with this point in mind, I would like to thank the Mount Fuji, it's called the World Heritage Center. The director, Toyama-san, also Machida-san, and many other people. You are making your best efforts. All these researchers also, people on the staff side. And with that, the thanks that I have just expressed, I'd like to close off this symposium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inaba. Thank you also very much, wonderful panelists. The 10th Anniversary International Symposium really enjoyed wonderful panel discussion worthy of its splendor. Now, please give a round of applause to all the panelists on the stage. So we are approaching towards the end of that two-day International Symposium to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the inscription of Fujisan as the World Heritage. So to close this symposium, we would like to call upon Ms. Astuko Toyama, Director of World Heritage Center, please. So long time ago, we started nurturing our idea of organizing this 10th Anniversary International Symposium. And yesterday we were able to have the day 1 of this symposium and day 2. And we are closing with the wonderful panel discussion. So I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished panelists. So once again, thank you so much. Please give a big hand to our wonderful panelists. And especially Dr. Rossler, you had to speak so much because you knew so much about all the sacred mountains around the world. And from Italy, we are delighted to be joined by Dr. Kotso, and also from China, Mr. Zhan. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentations. And also Dr. Suzuki, you elaborated on the meaning and significance of the mountain worship, and also representing our center. Dr. Matsushima, thank you very much for presenting the very interesting content. And also, last not at the least, Dr. Inoue, thank you very much for managing everything so well. Through this symposium, we learned the various different the sacred mountains around the world. So ethnicity, religions, and the national borders, we transcended all of those things to learn about the variety of sacred mountains. And we just, continue to praise Mount Fuji as our own sacred mountain. But we now know that there are sacred mountains for each country and for each local community. They cherish their own sacred mountain. When we look at the world today, we have this cowardly war, and we face the global warming and associated catastrophic natural disasters. But humankind continue to pursue the higher beings and to become better. In that sense, it is very meaningful to have so many sacred mountains in different parts of the world. With that in mind, we hope to strive to conserve our heritage. And we knew that we will not have enough time to listen to all of you experts because you know so much about everything. But still, it was so meaningful to have you all on our panel. Hopefully, this symposium will serve as a catalyst to enhance the awareness for the necessity to conserve the sacred mountains, our heritage. And also the audience, thank you very much for sticking with us until the end. And also there are participants participating online. Also, I would like to express our sincere thanks to interpreters and engineers and all the staff members and stakeholders involved in organizing the symposium. Of course, my thanks goes to the MC as well. So thank you so much. This concludes my closing remarks. Now we would like to ask all the panelists and Ms. Toyama to vacate the stage and go back to the seat. And also please another round of applause to our speakers as they leave the stage. So with this, we would like to conclude 10th Anniversary International Symposium of the World Heritage Inscription of Fujisan, Sacred Place and Source of Artistic Inspirations. As you leave this venue, make sure that you will not leave any belongings, and please return your interpretation receiver as you exit. Also, thank you very much the online participants. Please have a safe journey home.